Leon doesn't appreciate the fact that I'm gay! Hey, man! That's not allowed! Hold on, give me a second. Alrighty. I'm coming. I'm a coming. I'm not here. Where am I? Okay, there I am. There's my stickers. Let's turn them off. And hi, guys. Welcome in. How you doing? I'm good. I was about to say, my music's so quiet. Where is it? Lizard. Yeah, we're doing Lizard today. Okay, so let's catch up on chat real quick. Let's say hi to everybody. Water. I still need to add that in. That's gonna be funny. Thank you for the pet. Water. Yeah. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I have the sound. I have the sound bite. Hold on.
Water.
There it is. Water. It's my favorite. Hey man, what's going on here? There we go. But yeah, welcome in. What else are we doing? Yeah, we got first. I'm sorry, Sugar Skull. But to be fair, he's been sitting there a little bit before the door even opened, and he was just, give it to me. And I don't know why, it was lagging for a while. It did not want to give anything to anyone. And hello, Boopy, thank you for the pant. Also, in my chat, you can see there, my stuff will be coming out in a few days. I'm nervous, I'm scared. Hi, Kara, welcome in. I'm doing good. I'm chilling. So was I. You guys were just sitting there, staring, waiting for the door. I was pressed against the window, like practically fusing through the glass. I call hacks. Yeah, it's because he's closer to me, so the latency was just a little smaller. He's closer to the server. I'm the server. Anyway, let me adjust my pants. Bark, bark. Why are we barking? Bark, 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 bark. I'm gonna bark. Bark, 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 bark. Sugar mashing through the wall like SpongeBob. Yeah, and then Leon just opens the door and walks in before she gets through. Oh, hi, baby. You okay? Tired. Crashing out. Crashing slowly. That's fair. If you need to, hon, get something to... No, like, get something to drink or something for it. Poor Leon. He's a bark! Bark, 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 bark. He's Shweeby. He's trying to fix his schedule, so he's trying to stay up all day. He was up all night, pretty much. Looking at him is making me sleepy. I wasn't sleepy. I saw that a certain horse was playing Diablo 4 for like 8 hours. Yeah, that was him keeping himself up. Bjork! Bork, bork. Bjork. Boof. Bark, bark, bark. Anyway. Enough, of me making silly little noises. We're gonna draw today. I didn't stream- heck. I didn't stream yesterday because I wanted to chill and hang out with Weewon because I didn't get to last week. I was, for all intents and purposes, I was sick last week. I had an ear infection. An ear infection. So I was taking medicine and I was just in bed all day. Well, great. Now I'm a yawny bitch. But basically, I was just holed up all week, and so I wanted to take a day to hang out with him. I didn't even get to do nothing on my weekends, really. Saturday and Sunday, I was mostly holed up. Alright, let's get my tablet. Oh, let me wipe it down. Hold on. Gotta make sure this thing's not gunking. It's so cold. My tablet's so cold. Why is it so cold? Alright, let's come over here. It's so cold. Also, I let Blue Sky know that I am live. I finally, like, did it unprompted. And I also took my pills. Oh, hello! Hi, my little son. We have a baby boy. Heck, hydrate and cool down. Ah! Did you do the thing? Not quite, but I played it. Water. I like my splashies. And it will get rid of the splashies. Did you drink? I drank! I drank! Did you point? Did you point? Did you point? Anyway, I've been working on these guys. I want to show you. They're not wearing underwear, but it's not like they have any coochie to show, you know? It's not like they got anything to show. Magic, I took my meds. We won. Did you take your meds? He nodded, and then he kind of shook his head, and then he nodded again. So I don't know what that means. I was being a character crackhead yesterday. Hey, ain't nothing wrong with that. You're allowed to be a character crackhead. Teehee. I am a character crackhead. Coochless. Pounds table stomps away, slams the door. Get back here. They don't have cooches for Twitch. Basically. Like, I can't physically draw cooches on Twitch, y'all. Are you trying to get me the banana? Sippy! I'll take another sippy. Why are you guys just... Water. You guys just really want me to drown, huh? You know, here. Here, you monster. I'll play it for you. Water. There. Is that what you wanted? Alrighty. Water. There we go. I got my water. Alright, let's get started on these guys. So, for my squid people, I did pause on them, because they're pretty much done as far as, like, bodies are concerned. And their language is going to make me want to blow my head off. Because I'm not built for logographs. But slowly but surely I will make stuff as I need it. AKA when I start writing stuff. Because fun fact, most of the creatures that you see here, I have written in a list somewhere. And basically they're like potential for some sort of story. And most of them I could probably have some sort of story wrapped around them. But it all has to do with, like, how fleshed out their cultures are for me. Yay, you tucked your pails. Oh, babe, could we have a, what's it called? Gummies. The gummies. I can't remember what they're for. Magnesium. Gotta make sure we do that. And you gotta take your vitamins too. I have an itch. Put you in the magnesium. No, don't put me in there. Is it because I'm old? Oh, thank you, lovely. We one gave me magnesium gummies. Oh. How y'all doing? I know them. My mouth is now full of gummy. Alright. Now what I'm gonna do for these people is give them little finishing touches here. And I'm going to discuss what I made. But these guys are new lizards. Lizard! Huggles all the goobers. Oh. Your mouth is full of what? My mouth was full of magnesium gummies. Okay, so let's give this lady some dark to her light colors. And I talked about this the other day, but I was like, I want to make a species of lizard. Doesn't why are you eating magnets? You're already attractive. I think it's gonna. No magnesium. I don't even know what magnesium's for. Babe, what's magnesium for? I know I need it, but I don't know what it's for. So what alien story are they based on? As of right now, none. Truly. But I have been thinking about culture more for these guys. And I did base them off of a type of lizard. Specifically, I based them off of side-blotched lizards, because the way they work, and it's really funny, magnesium is good for muscle function and helps with sleep. Magnesium and melatonin are a good combo for sleepies. Oh! Fucking magnesiums! How do they work? Miracle. I can't think of ICP without thinking of fucking Homestuck. Homestuck has ruined everything for me. Well, it hasn't ruined it, it's made it better, actually. I wonder, should I just do this? Make her scales a little tougher down here. Looks a little dumb. I lied. I think I might just stick the darkening part up on the head. But I feel like it would be a better idea if I did it for the other stuff too. No. Oh, you okay, hon? Sleep, G. Poor wee one. Let me get this. Every time I see Fago, I'm like, fuck, yeah? Agreed, same. Ah, oh, right. I was like, why is it doing it like this? Because I'm silly. Look how handsome this young man is. Cecil. What Homestuck is for you? EPC, the musical is for me. Oh, Epic the musical? What baby? My cat is meowing. He is purring and he's purring. And he's very cute. I think I'm gonna add a little blackness to the tips like that. Yeah. Oh, hi, baby. My cat is being cute. I misread that acronym as insane pound Clossy. Insane pound Clossy. No. Oh. Shoot me. Please put me out of my misery. Hi, Cecil. Are you sniffing, Dad? Oh. Cecil sniffing sleepy Dad, and then booped him on his face with his face. Are you loving on Dad? Are you worried about Dad? Yeah. Oh, lap time. Cute. Alright. Cecil said it's fucking lap time, Dad. You can't get away from me. I love the pretty babies. I freaking love cats. I don't think y'all understand how much I love cats. Oof. Like, I absolutely adore cats. Cats are my favorite animal. Alright, so what you're seeing here are a technically, wait, oh, I'm dumb. A technically two-sexed but three gender role-ish kind of species. I had the name for these creatures and a few references here and there, but nothing concrete until I started thinking about side-blotch lizards, and I was like, lizards? I thought your favorite animal was horses. Leon, your hubby doesn't truly love you. I'm the favorite kitty animal and still love my husband the most. Oh. I looked over. Leon's sitting there on his computer. And Cecil is fucking napping in his lap. So cute. Hi, Pads. Welcome in. How are you doing? I saw you in Vampire Prince's channel earlier. I wanted to say hi, but I was, I'm streaming, so. Desmond rebranding into a Cecil VTuber. Yeah. Me being a cat. Pat says hi, Meewine. Meewine is the very sleepy. He's trying so hard to stay awake. Leon, you gotta rebrand to be a cat now. No, he's a Norse horse. McForce. Anyway. But yeah, so the way these guys work, I talked about this a few days ago, but I'll go over it. There are a type of lizard in nature called side-blotch lizards, and they have different male morphs. Let me make sure I'm giving you the correct information here. Let me look it up. Okay, so these gorgeous little boobies, I believe they're called morphs because they're technically all the same sex. They're all male, but they do certain things. They do different things. And these guys have 3 morphs of male. Orange, blue, and yellow. And they all do different things. The orange ones are big ones that act like alphas and are territorial. They fight for territory, they own territory. Blue morphs are like, I believe they're called monitor males. They sit on the skirting edge of an orange's territory and just hang out with one lady. And call it a day. And then there's the yellow ones who look like a female and they sneak onto territory. They're called sneaker males. And then they mate with a few of the females. Doing good, just chilling at the moment? Nice. Question. When we get in a Cecil and Leon plush... I would love a Leon plushie. I would cuddle him forever. To have a plushie? No. I will make one. To own, just for me. It's my plushie. It's mine. Sneaker males, ball and Air Jordan. God damn it. Chads, cooks, and femboys. Well, the monogamous male isn't a cuck. He hangs out with one lady. He's happy about it. But you are right about the chads and femboy part. Okay, so I pretty much removed the blue male because this species can kind of do both depending on the situation. No, the orange is the cuck. Oh, I see. I thought he was the Chad, and the blue one was the cuck. I was like, damn, but he gets his girl. What do you mean? I see. But yeah, in this hierarchy, the three morphs of males do this fun little dance in order to get females and pass on their genes. Now, I kicked out the blue one. I don't need the blue one for what I'm doing. But I did keep the big mega alpha chad dude and the femboy, which is what you see here. So I'm making lizard ABO. Basically, I got you blue. No, I stole the blue. You don't get blue. Blue is mine now. You don't get it. Oh, you've got a little buddy. Babe. Oh. Cecil, lay down. Oh, okay, I see. I looked at him, so now he has to come say hi to me. Hi. Hi. Oh, my baby. Hold on, let me pet my cat. Let me love on my kitty. Hi, baby. You're so sweet. You're so sweet. I love my cat. Cat break. Cat break. Really get you going. Gonna pet when you think you're slowing. Hi, baby. Cecil. You are so freaking fluffy soft. You're gonna get kissed on the forehead, child. Do the yellows develop false pregnancies to get more food from the other males? Do certain Cecil cam? I wish I could do Cecil cam, but you'd see my face. Also, I put Cecil, Desmond Core in VC. Ow! No more pets. I'm sorry. He nibbled me. He bit me slightly. Also, do false pregnancies happen in lizards? Does that happen? I know certain snakes pretend. Yes. What? Oh, Cecil started pawing at me. I know certain snakes pretend to be females. They basically tuck it and be like, "Hey boys, come warm me up. I'm cold." And then a bunch of male snakes pile on top of the little male. And then he's like, "Tee-hee, I'm super warmed up now. Good, thanks, boys." And then he leaves and goes and mates first. It's really funny. Don't you ever just want to get group hugged by a bunch of hot, sweaty men? I believe it's most common in mammals. Oh, to have false pregnancies? To get food? That's... sounds about right. I know a panda once faked being pregnant to get more food. Yes, pseudo pregnancies. Yeah, I won't say that happens, but so the way these guys work, there's there's two sexes, but there's two morphs for the males, and each one is born equally as much as the other. So that means there are twice as many males as there are females, because there are two types of males. So there's 1/3 females, 1/3 big males, and 1/3 small males. Fuck it. This is an alpha and this is a beta now. And she would technically be the omega because she can get pregnant. So fuck it. ABO from hell. 2 genders plus DLC. So the way this works is the females are typically in charge, I think, of everything because they are in charge of procreation. They are the ones that do the picking. Just like in most lizards, females are the ones that, and birds really, it's mostly, and spiders, everything but mammals really. Most of the animal kingdom has females being choosy bitches about who they sire children with. Who their children's father is. So it would be the same here as well. The females are completely in charge of who gets to pass their genes and who doesn't. Now, there's 2 ways they usually go about this. Because of this, the females are the ones... Also, I've decided they give live birth. I normally make my lizards do, like, lay eggs and stuff, because I ain't gonna lie. Laying an egg instead of giving live birth sounds so fucking fun. I would love to just lay an egg and then sit on it for a few months. Do you know how fucking nice that would be? Hi, Penguin, welcome in. Yes. I'm the gene passing friend, it's me. No, these guys pass their genes. Unless you're a kiwi, then it's not nice. Oh no, poor kiwis. Like, literally 80% of their body is egg before they lay it. Are you gonna go lay down, Livy? Okay, darling. Yeah, get a little something. Absolutely fair. Weiwan's gonna go just rest for a bit. But yeah, laying eggs sounds so much nicer than pushing out a screaming, bloody creature. I still think hyenas have it rougher. Oh no, hyenas have it probably the worst. One of the worst ways. Because the way hyenas give birth is that they own something called a pseudopenis. And it's basically their vulva and vagina, and it has come out of the body, and it looks just like a male's penis. I know I'm trying to be as scientific as possible here. We're scientific in this house, okay? When we're not being monster fuckers, we're being scientific. But the poor hyena has to give birth through that canal. And sometimes it'll kill the pup or it'll kill her. It's rough. Like, yes, there's always a risk of death when it comes to giving birth, but like, the hyena takes it to another fucking level. Hey man, we can be scientific and horny at the same time. You're right. You're right. We can be a science hippie and horny about it. But yeah, hyenas, I would agree, probably does it the most. They probably have it the roughest. It's not really a contest as far as I'm concerned. They have it the roughest. Alright, but yeah, these guys, they are technically two-sexed, but three... I don't want to say gendered, because they're both considered males. They just do they do different things. And we'll get into that in a minute, but... when I call it ABO from hell, by the way, I'm kidding. Because these guys would be considered the big ol' alpha dudes, and they're kind of like the soldiers or the warriors of their culture. They just develop big. And only they can make other alphas. They have something in their Y chromosome that says big. Big, 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 big. And because of the amount of big and testosterone levels that they have, which is a little higher than these two, it makes them more red as well. I'm not sure sometimes. I think it's approximately 60% death rate for pups. Yeah, it's bad. It's sad. I will say though, usually when the first pup is born, it does kind of like loosen that canal just a bit to make giving birth later easier. So at least they have that going for them. But still, it's a rough fucking process. Alright, but yeah, the way these guys work, the females don't have any extra morphs. They're just female, and that's it. The X chromosome is what they pass on, because I'm going to make them XY. Some lizards are XY, some lizards are ZW, where the female has ZW and the male has ZZ. Stretched peen doesn't sound nice. No, but at least it makes it a little easier to give birth. Just a little. But yeah, these guys are going to be like us, where the females have XX instead of ZW, and the males are going to be XY instead of ZZ. I will save you, correct. So that's how these guys work. And like I said, live birth as well. They're going to just push out the children. So that's basically how the females work. They work the exact same way. It's not letting me color. Oh, wait, I forgot to do her hair. Never shine if you don't glow. Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game up. I'm not sorry. Okay. Yeet the babies out of here. Yeet! Alrighty. Let's go back to him. But yeah, so that's how females usually work. And they also have the least amount of testosterone, so their scales are a lot more fair and a lot more yellowy. Which, this guy, he has the most amount of testosterone, which means he gets he gets a very red coloring. Now, this is just one ethnic group out of, I'm sure, hundreds, at the very least dozens. So this is just this specific ethnic group's coloring pattern. Whatever colors they may be in other regions, they'll always go by this rule where the male is the brightest and like darkest, reddest, most bold of a certain warm color, and then it fades into the female, which is the lightest. The beta male here will be a color in between. So if we have a group that is already yellow, or maybe like a big green, this guy would be a huge, crazy-ass green, and then it would go to a yellow to the female. Or like, let's say brown, he'd be a super rich clay brown color, and then it would fade into like a yellowy brown. Maybe some of them are blue, depending on how they are. But the females will always have like a very diluted version of that color because of the lack of the Y chromosome, which tells the body to produce those colors. So that's why the females are always going to be a paler version of males. You know what? I'll just finish coloring the toes while I'm at it. I also need to do something real quick. I got a you. Bam, 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 bam. I haven't listened to my bardcore in a while, so that's what I'm doing. I feel Alright, so let's get the loincloth going. I don't know if I want to give her... Do I need it to be a 2 instead of a 3? Yeah, I guess so. There we go, undies. And since it's a female technically, by all technical accounts, I will do this. There we go. That. Okay. Fuck it, I'll give it to this guy too. Anyway, okay. Won't you tell us that you're okay? Oh, it's probably a little too thin. There we go. Alright, so underwear is on. Is being built like a Greek god a genetic thing, or are this 3 in particular the perfect being? For this... Oh, you mean like the muscles? For him, he's just kind of built to be like that. Some can be more huge muscle, some can be strong muscle, but they're usually just big. They become super fucking big.
Wait a minute.
Hello, man.
How are you?
Hi, how you doing? But yeah, the alpha males, quote unquote, just become super fucking huge. Dread! Oh my boy, thank you for the gift of sub to Penguina! Tia he. Penguina! Congrats. Also Dread, out here striking! She's fucking striking. Why are you shrieking? T! Dread, put your pants back on. Actually, you know what? I can't tell you that. You can keep your pants off. It's fine. I can't stop you. I won't stop you. Doesn't mean making a big muscle creature. Wow, surprised. Listen, the thick muscle creature. Not the... Oh, what the heck? Thank you for the gifted sub to Forever Fluorocarbon. That is a name. Oh, treasure train? What's a treasure train? Unlock limited time 35% gift off subs at level 2. Huh. So apparently if we get to level 2, gifted subs are 35% off. That's pretty cool. I think that's pretty nice. It's nicer than usual. It didn't do it. I didn't get bonked in the head. Oh. Ow. Renee! Tread! Oof. Tread, thank you for the 200 biddies and 45 biddies. Renetta, thank you for the 100 biddies. Thank you for the clip. Oh shit. Hi, Renetta. Oh. I'm being fucking McBullied. Help. Thank you, Renetta, for the other 99 biddies. Lilin. Lila, thank you for the 99 biddies. Renetta, thank you for the 99 biddies. Open fire now. Oh god, Dread, put the gun down. Oh, it's 5+ gifted subs. That's a little lamer. But still, you know, it's fine, I guess. Thank you for the 99 biddies, Red. 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you for the, like, 700 biddies. Holy, oh my god. Dread! I can't see. Did someone do something? Renetta, thank you for the 5 more bits. And Jared, thank you for the 500. I can see now. Lilin! It's a bit... Lilin! Thank you for the 5 gifted subs to Bobby. Nice. And Bez. And Trance, right? I agree. Aw, Renetta, thank you for the gifted sub to Everin. And Daddy Freak. Okay, I need to catch up. Lilin, you gave one to Pats. Hell yeah. And Biolumin. Thank you, Lilin. Everyone give Lilin a kiss on the cheek. She deserves it. Chez moi. Oh my god, there's so much shit happening. Ow. Oh, was that a grimace shake? Ow. Dread, thank you for the 10 booties. Everyone pull out the Gatling guns. Please no. Judah, Renetta, thank you for the 5 to Judah. Daddy Freak. Bunny Witch Bun, that's so cute. Fucking... Oh my god, fucking save me! And then give this up to Sobi. Gift a sub to Buddy Boy, a gift a sub to Kayron, and a gift a sub to Sad Garlic Bread. Oh my god. And Anxious Optimism, Jake Hudson, and a Renetta! How many were those? That's a lot. Renetta was at 10. 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, that was 10. Renetta, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. And the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Holy fuck. Okay. Are your guns empty? Are your guns empty? Fucking ow. You missed on that one. You fucking missed. I didn't hear it. Anyway, Dread, thank you again for the another 500. Renata, thank you for the another 600. Oh, okay, you hit me on that one. You know what? You got me on that one. I'll give you that one. Oh my god, we're level 6. Y'all. My head hurts. Ow. Okay, you got me on that one. Ow, you got me with that one. Fuck, I can't see shit. Who just gifted me in the middle of my anime? Who interrupted my anime to gift me something? It was, It was her. It was her. Officer Renetta did it. Help! Help me! Help! Help! I'm being attacked. Renetta, thank you for the 200 biddies. Basically, 300 biddies. I'm being McFucking attacked by a cat. Thank you, Renetta, for the 10 biddies. Okay, if I close my eyes, pretend. Ow! Oh, there I go. And will you step on a Lego kindly? Oh, affectionate. Oh my god. Y'all can see what you're hitting me with. And the dance did not like that. Probably not. That's fine. Thank you for the 99 biddies, Lilin, and the 99 biddies, Renetta. Whee! Lilin. Thank you for another 99 biddies. Are you enjoying yourselves watching me getting absolutely fucking pummeled by these things? Oh. Tread said, man, that looks very tiring. Get something to drink. I see. You know what? I can't fault you. Ah, water. Yummy water. Oh, why am I cold? It's cold. I'm gonna get a blanket. You know what? That's actually a really good song. It's a pretty banging song. And then the meme ruined it. The meme ruined it. Ugh. Cause now all people can think of is horny. Okay, your boy in a blanket. I'm a cute little bat in a blanket, y'all. Eek eek. Horny. Yeah, horny. I'm a cute little bat in a blanket. Eek eek. Alright, let's get this guy done. Thank you guys so much for all the biddies and subs and affection. All for the treasure train. Alright, I think I might make this guy's eyes really deep orange. Pretty. Hormy, yeah. Hormy. What was I talking about before I got my ass whooped? I was discussing these guys. Cause they out. Thank you, Lilith, for the one beady. Squishes you, squish.
Oof, I'm not squished. Oh,
Cecil. Okay, now I'm good. Okay, Lilin got it out of his system. Goodbye, treasure train! Oh, what kind of chest did I get? I got a goblin! Goblin! I squish you like a mochi. Everyone share your goblins! You did it! I hope everyone enjoys what they got. Goblin D's. See? You get it. What am I hearing? User has been banned from your channel. No. Oh, wait. Right. I have VIB in my thing. It's fine. It's probably fine. It's not like anyone was gonna join me. It's fine. Alright, so this guy's colored. Let's color this beta male. So the way each morph works, I've explained that the female is the one that propagates the species. She chooses who to have babies with, and the females are usually the ones in charge of civilization. It's very much a matriarchy because they're the ones that have the baby. Since they give birth baby, they choose baby. Who get to have baby, it's up to them. The alphas are basically the big Chad bros that go out and actually do shit. They defend territory, they hunt, they are the ones tasked with intense physical labor as well. These guys, on the other hand, are usually the kind of like the scholars in a way. They're considered the smart ones. These guys are the brawn, these guys are the brain, and these guys are the birth. So these dudes are considered the ones that come up with ideas and are innovators of knowledge. She has the baby because she wanted the baby, so she made the baby to have the baby, and then she had the baby and she liked the baby, so she kept the baby. See, Lillian gets it. And since the women are in charge, they usually dictate what these guys end up doing and what resources are allocated to where. So, like, for instance, if there is a territory skirmish on the south side of their, like, area, it is up to the females to basically look at the alpha males and go, okay, bitches, you're gonna go to war over there. Have fun. Or if they need new architectural designs or a new planning for a city or something, they'll tell these dudes to do it. And the guys will do it because they're real desperate to make sure the ladies are happy with what they're doing. Especially when your progeny is on the line. Because remember, the ladies are the ones that chooses whether or not you even get to pass on your genes. So if you want to get in good and make sure you actually have a family, you cozy up real hard to the ladies. I'll just give them the same color eyes as their... Hey, you know what? I'll give this guy brighter orangey eyes. There we go. Yeah. So, yeah, the ladies are in charge of pretty much everything. Not to say that these guys don't have agency, though. They do their own shit. They each have their own internalized culture for each gender role. Like, these guys are definitely a military culture, while these guys are more like a science culture. Are you telling me that the females fundum the engineers into doing science? Femdom the engineers into... Yes, pretty much. She named the baby Granola. No. 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 I hate that. The baby's name is Granola. I gotta sit up. I gotta sit up. But yeah, the females basically are like, hey, you want kids? Do what we say. Now, what do you do in a society when there's only 1/3 females to your 2/3 males? There's two options. The females take 2 males, or the females just have 1 male to themselves, and the other males are fucked. Okay, but no lie, before I had Juno and Rosa, I wanted to name my future cats Oatmeal and Granola. That's so cute, though. Oatmeal's such a good name for a cat. I don't know if Granola is a good name for a cat, but that's just because Granola has been memed for me. I love the granola meme, I'm not complaining, but now my brain is skewed in the wrong direction about it. But Oatmeal is such a cute fucking name for a cat. Yeah, food names and cats can hardly ever go wrong. I will name a cat like Linguini or something. Like, cats with food names are great. It reminds me of the one cat named Meatloaf. And he was sleeping on the couch, and apparently these kids' parents left Meatloaf with money. They just left like a couple of 20s in the cat's paws. And the cat was sleeping holding it like this, like just holding it in his paws. It was the cutest shit. Makes me happy. Alright, but yeah, basically how the culture, because the culture was the first thing I wanted to think about when making these guys. Because I was like, how would a culture with a lot less females than males work out when the females are in charge? Now, for the Drakkar, it's a lot rougher, which makes me think these guys are probably seeded by the Drakkar. And the way the Drakkar work, they're dragon people, where the female to male ratio is basically 1 to 10. For every 9 males, there's a female. So, this is a lot less skewed in that direction. But in the Drakkar society, the males are basically... what's the word? Disposable. You can get rid of them very easily and not give a single fuck about them. And I did mention homosexuality is very rampant in their culture because they don't consider it all that good of an idea to take a mate outside of your species, because a lot of Drakkar are very space racist, I guess. They've been raised to think that most other species are just free food. But since there's hardly any females to go around, they either take a couple of dudes, they'll take a main mate, and then they'll take a concubine or something. And that's kind of what I feel like these guys do as well. The Drakkar said gay rights and gay wrongs. Yeah, we're the gay campy villains that your parents warned you about, literally the Drakkar. But I feel like it would be the same thing with these guys. Just a lot less evil. So I know that the females, they're... I wouldn't say they're encouraged, but it's certainly within the realm of cultural possibility that they take on more than one male. Usually 2. Kicks in the door. Who the frick gets me a sub? It was either Renetta or Lilin. It was one of them. It was one of them. They had a gifting war, and then I got hit in the face by 5,000 bits. And now I have a concussion. I think it was Lilin. It was Lilin. We did be doing that. Yeah, now I have a concussion. But yeah, it was Lilin. Lilin did. Hit it. He did it. Get him. Get him. Oh, had a yawn. Sorry about that. Petting you with consent. Boop, 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 boop. But yeah, so these guys kind of work like that, just not as hard. Because the Drakkar have such a skewed look to their sexes. Thank you, yes I did, Jan. They also don't have extra morphs. It's just one type of male. These guys, however, have evolved to have 2 types because they slowly started diverging from each other into such a hard left turn. They also just learned how to get more females in their gene pool genetically. Because I've noticed the thing that I do here is with the Drakkar, whenever they seed a species and they fuck up, the species always ends up having a lot less females because that's what they do. I'll give them some genes. I mean, what? Hey, that's why I drew them. To be attractive. I want yes, I make aliens for people to lust after them. Thank you for noticing. I make aliens because I think they're hot. That's why I made them. So of course I want you guys to think they're hot too. I'm just going over how they would work genetically, because if they are seeded by the Drakkar, it would make sense why there's less females than there are males, because that's how it works for them too. It just seems to be a genetic feature that they pass on to most of their seeded races. Now, this isn't a hard rule. The Sasani are perfectly fine. The Sasani are these guys. Where's my Sasani? There they are. These guys are fun.
Hi, Taki. I'm on the floor. Help.
But let's see. The Tauramians were not seeded by them. The Saurians go the opposite way on accident. There's nothing but females and then just the occasional male. Because they tried to equalize them out. And it didn't really work out for them. It went a little too far in the other direction. I might have missed this with the new lizard race because of the Drakkar shenanigans. Yes. If there's a lizard race, it's probably because of Drakkar shenanigans. Because they seeded a lot of races. They believe that they have to propagate everywhere because, 1, they want servants. 2, they want food supplies. 3, if you're not wearing scales, you're lame. Like, that's how they see things. I'll seed them, I mean, what? Thank you, Lumen. But yeah, the Saurians, they kind of got fucked. The males are very rare, while the females are way too common. The Tauramian, like I said, they don't really seem to be seeded by the Drakkar. They have way too much difference going on. The Sasani are fine. These are the Drakkar. The females, like I said, are the bigger ladies with no wigs. Okay, start a C2 so I can play Atlas? No. No, I can't. And the Drovins are Tauramian cousins, so they're fine. I also have a lot more species that I've been thinking about, but it seems like for some reason, which the reason is because that's how they work, species that these guys end up making just kind of oopsie-doopsie, less ladies, whoops.
Thank you for the yawn.
Oh, hold up. I was thirsty. Other reason is because that's how they were. The missile knows where it is energy. Yeah. Well, because that's how the Drakkar work. They have a lot less ladies and a lot more dudes. And they just have no clue how to fix that about themselves. So when they're out seeding other species and they're like, can we fix it this time? Usually the answer is no. Usually the answer is, oops, you still don't have enough lemon. You've been here for 2 years, 1 month, and 21 days. But Dad, I gotta get my RP fixed. No. You know what? No, I'm not gonna do that. I was gonna be like, maybe we can have a third, but no, I can't do it. Okay, so the reason I have Eldritch Nova have only 2 characters and not 3 that you can make is because as someone who has tried to play 3 characters and like Vandalt and stuff, it's hard. You stretch yourself out thin. 2 feels a lot more balanced. But Dad, it's just me, oh, see. It's just me, boo. Puts Atlas on the table. Alrighty. So I do want to work on these guys culture-wise, and I also want to design their body structure. I need to find... Okay, yeah, they're covered. So these are my Orcrin. I'm going to use these guys as a template for this. Oh my god, the Orcrin are huge. Yeah, the females of this race, I'm calling them the Jernua. I'm trying to limit myself to 2 characters in Van, but my character list is kind of getting long. Sugar Skull is fucking in it. Booed. But yeah, the ladies in this species is pretty small. They're around 6 feet, maybe less than 6 feet. I want to play all my damn LCs in every race, class, and van before I die. Thanks. To be fair, I also have like 20 OCs. 10 of them or so from sessions. I want to say season 0. C1 season 0. Basically with Hania. Galim was one of them. Galimet. There's more. There's a few more, but yeah, Amaris is another one. Me vibrating, trying so hard not to make Basil's Paradox Child time a real thing. Do it. Do it. Do it. Then again, you've already played a Chronomancer. Would he be something else? Do not tempt me, Bilbo. Don't tempt me, Frodo. Good question. Come on. Alright. But yeah, these guys are called the Jernua. And I've been thinking about them for a few days. Leon, are there other time-based classes? I don't think so. Also, Weemon's napping. You have no one to come and help you. I think there's a quantum goober in there. Quantum goober? Yeah. Alrighty, so I want to figure out how I'm gonna do their noggins. Because this dude has huge fucking horns. Fonkin horns. Which once again has to do with his Y chromosome. Not me staring at the full classes like a fucking fiend. I've already got mine. I've got a monk. And I've got a layman. And I'm gonna be playing my monk first. It's gonna be John Dosh. And then after our first advance, I'm going to add Serene, my merchant. Me looking at the class and race list like the Geneva suggestions. Gah. Everyone just wiping their mouth of drool, like, look at all those classes. Y'all are goobers. Alrighty. But let's get started on these dudes. They're completely done now, like body-wise. The question is, do I want to draw clothes for them? Because I do want to start making jewelry. I'd have to look up jewelry. I don't know what kind of jewelry I want them to have. I was thinking, because they're lizards, they probably live in some sort of jungle-ish area. Maybe not a wetland, but definitely some sort of jungle-y place. Let me actually look up where side blotch lizards are for Flum from. Habitat. Alright. Facts, diet, habitat. I'm sure they eat boogs, but these guys don't eat bugs. They eat straight up just meat. They are basically carnivores. I feel like they would have some vegetables here and there, but it would be more like an accent than like something they would go for. They ate boobs! Oh, bugs. I said boogs. B-O-O-G-S. Boogs. Let's see. Rocky areas. Shrubland. Shrubland? Ugh, apparently they're from Shrubland. Carnivore? What's diurnal? What's diurnal? Oh, active during daytime. Sleeping and inactivity at night. Okay, so these guys stay awake in the day. Carnivore and insectivore. That scared me. Precocial? The fuck is that? Oh, young or up very quickly. Uh-oh. Question, Desmond. Why are maniacal serial killer characters kinda hot? Who are you, Salem? Also, yes. Oh, speaking of, y'all know I'm making my little fanfic soon. Once my fanfic is done, I plan on writing my own shit. Because I want to see, first of all, how well received my writing is, because my writing could actually suck. Like, my writing could actually be fucking horrible and I'd never know. So, this is like a test. But if it's received well and it's well written and people like it, I'm gonna be writing other stuff, and I have a whole ass series of serial killer, not serial killers, but like, what's the term? Like, just killer characters. Some were human, turned something. Most of them were human and turned into something else, and continue their killing sprees. Because they're allowed to be alive. If I had a nickel for every person I knew with a name that starts with an S who was in the who was into dangerous serial killers, I'd have 2 nickels. It's not a lot, but me too. But yeah, I have like 6 stories. Here, I can go over it real quick. Because I have all my stuff written down. I have it all, like, in a list. Oh, slasher! That's the genre that I'm calling it. It's my slasher series. One has to do with a guy who is said to have been alive for a long time, killing people in this, like, specific area of a county, and people always go to this part of the woods because they're like, tee, we're gonna find the county killer or whatever, and then they never show up. They always end up dead. There's another one where this guy's getting stalked by someone who he thought was dead, and people start ending up dead around him. I have another one. I've talked about this one already. My Shrike character, my cannibal, my undead cannibal creature, that's gonna be included. So I have 6 good ideas. I totally don't have a main character in the works that is an undead serial killer. Oh my god. Yeah, John Shrike, it's him! I believe his name is Law. And he's just a big ol' white-haired dum-dum that eats people. But yeah, I want to start writing those as well. I was originally thinking of making them webcomics, but I think I'll stick webcomic making to my fantasy stuff. Because I also have, like, fantasy ideas. And I think I'll keep all of it to that. Because I ain't gonna lie, Chief, webcomics take a long fucking time to make. I'm almost done with my book writing when my webcomic is struggling in the background. Like, it's very hard to write and then draw everything because it takes so much longer to make stuff for that. But it is still in the works. Just writing books is a lot faster for me. Which is why I think I'm going to focus on certain genres being written instead of drawn. I hope you guys are cool with that. I'm pretty sure you would be. And if the story is well received enough, maybe once it's done and it's out there and it's been written, I can turn it into a comic later. But I want to get the story out first. Yeah, I'm trying to lock in on writing stories. Does Discordius count as a serial killer? All of his killings are in self-defense and he really doesn't want to do them. No, I wouldn't count him as a serial killer. But he certainly has killed a lot of people. Oh boy, he's certainly done a lot of murder. But in the most technical of technical senses, he doesn't count. Technically. I do have comic ideas about my hecking ADHD is murdering me. That's why I'm just writing it. Writing it and just getting it done and getting it out there first is a lot better of an idea for me. And if the story, whatever stories people like the most and whatever resonates with me the most, then I'll turn into webcomics. Skidda likes to eat the dust of the enemy she pinches to death. True. My little busty trans boy be like, oh boy, here I go, killing again. Oh boy, here I go, murdering. I have an itch on my eyebrow. Okay, I'm good. Alright, so, what am I gonna do with these guys? I could start drawing their heads and their faces. But you can pretty much see what they look like here. I kind of want to work on their clothes. I think I'm going to work on designs. Especially since I have a lot of ideas for, like I said, their culture. I want their culture to be focused on hierarchy. Because, like I said, females, they're on the highest rung, right? If you're a lady, you are considered the... kind of like hyenas, you are automatically, like, in charge of any dudes around you. Because that's how hyenas work. Once the kids are old enough, the females just naturally get a hierarchy, like, level higher than, like, their own dads. And that's how these guys are going to kind of work. The females have a very high privilege, and they're raised by their mothers. They're not really raised so much by their fathers. The fathers take care of their own sons, because usually the sons come out like them. So, let's say a lady, let's say the local chieftain here, she takes on two males, one alpha and one beta male as her consorts, right? Whoever is the one that gives her the baby will end up looking like him. And whenever the baby is old enough, he learns the pseudo-culture, the internal culture of that particular father, if that makes sense. Because these guys are very much encouraging the strong to get stronger and the smart to get smarter. But there's also the fact that the females will occasionally try to shack up with both and see if they can get, like, a male that's both smarter and stronger, because they're like, I mean, that's not how the genes work, but that's how they kind of, like, see it as, like, a good luck thing. Also, I wanted to do this one thing, which I think is kind of funny. I believe it is a bird. There's a type of bird where the males will actually flirt with each other and give each other little mwah-mwahs, little smooches. I can't remember which bird this is. Good luck sex? Kind of. Let me look it up. Yeah, the males basically act real gay with each other, and it makes the female birds show up, basically. I have to go find that. I have to find something for you. Here we go. Where is it? Is it the grouse? No, the grouses fight each other. Grouses fight each other, but they do it in kind of like a sexy way to get the females to show up. They're like, "Hey, look at us. We're hot, right? We're pretty hot. Touching each other like this. Do you like it?" Like the ruff, that's what it's called. So apparently there's a bird out there called ruffs, and oh no, it might be... I have to go find it. Hold on. Are they a bird or are they a lizard?
Lizard.
Oh no, they're birds. Okay, so the rough bird has 3 morph males as well. Where they, just like these guys that I based them off of, there's the beef sexily, yeah, exactly, grabs you but in a homoerotic way. throws a punch at you homoerotically. But no, there's a bird that does this as well, where there's a territorial alpha, there's a satellite dude that like sits on the territory but has 1 female, and then there's a sneak. Oh, the satellite is a sneaker. There's a 3rd one called a fader. And apparently he looks like a femboy. He's pretty. He's a pretty bird. And he'll bang the other dudes. And that'll make the girls show up. Because the girls are like, ooh, boy action. It's the Fujoshi birds. I can't wait for Ven to just munch on an evil nautiloid's head. I mean, what? I see. You remembered the, cannibalism comment. Yes, some nautiloids practice cannibalism. Why are these the kinds of names I'd expect for a Quidditch knockoff? What, the satellite male and the fader male? How can I forget? You're right. But yeah, apparently there's a femboy bird in this species of bird who flirts with the male birds, bangs the male birds, and makes the female birds show up. Because they really want the hot male birds that are yowing it up. Fembird! Yeah, he's a fembird. So that's what I... Hi, Cosmic, welcome in. Fanboy birds! Yeah, we're talking about the wackiness that is nature. So I'm drawing my own species here right now. The title says Worldbuilding Thursday, but that's because I missed Wednesday. I do something called Worldbuilding Wednesdays, and I like to make species, cultures, languages, and today I'm working on a technically... I say this in the most technical...
Hello there.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Bat Cafe. I say this in the most technical way possible. 3 quote-unquote sexed group. So we've got the female here on the left. We've got the alpha chad rad alpha male in the middle. And then we've got like the beta male on the right. And the beta male is basically a femboy that looks real pretty for the male and the female. Because sometimes the females will be into it too. The females really like the pretty smart males, the pretty boy males. You got me, I'm here for this. Oh, excellent. Said you're talking about femboys, I'm pushing the button. But basically I'm making, what did I call it? An ABO from hell. Sci-fi ABO. This is the alpha, pretty much. The big old brawn man. This would quote-unquote technically be the beta, but they're actually a more feminine version of the males. And then we've got the females. And I was trying to find the birds because I know there's a specific type of bird out there, and they're called ruffs, where there's a dude that looks like a femboy, basically, of the bird species, and actively starts flirting and banging the other males, and then the females show up like, that's kind of hot. I love yaoi. Like, literally, that's what they do. Women's menses and femboys, you got everything I love. Excellent. I'm glad. But yeah, that's kind of what I want to emulate. So, because this species that I'm creating, the Jernua, the ladies, there's only 1/3 women, 2/3 men, if we're counting both of these together. There's equal parts of these guys. The 3 genders, Chads, Twinks, and Fujoshi. Exact. See, Lilin gets it. Lilin, which one are you? Something tells me you're Twink some days and Fujoshi the other day. Yes. Oh, you're all 3. Got it. But yeah, so how I want these to go down, because there's a 3rd lady, a 3rd Chad, and a 3rd Twink. Like I said, sometimes the ladies will choose 2 at the same time and be like, "You're my consorts. Y'all, we're together now." Or she'll just take them as a mating, like a seasonal thing. Consort's more of a permanent thing. But what do you do when you don't have any other ladies to pass around? The dudes just end up together. So I like the idea that two males, usually an alpha and a beta, getting together encourages ovulation in the females, which means it's actually a good thing that sometimes males will get together in this culture because the females have more kids. What do you do when no women? Men? Duh. Duh, you go bang, bro. I'm making myself sound really, really stupid. But no, this actually encourages ovulation, which actually happens in nature too. Raise a hands of who knows what a whiptail lizard is. But they have something called parthenogenesis, where they're homosexual, exactly. But there is a lizard out there called whiptail lizard that has parthenogenesis, which means they only have one sex. It's all female. They just kind of lay eggs, and their daughters are clones of themselves, pretty much. But the all-female lizard species can mount each other and mate with each other, and it encourages ovulation, and it encourages laying eggs. For some reason, that just does that. Man, this species would make for perfect polycules. Depends on the species. Also depends on the culture. The species isn't necessarily made for constant... What's the word? Constant polyamory. Also, it would be polyandry. Wait, no. I'm thinking of polygamy. It would be polyandry. The males don't usually take on more than one male. It's the female taking multiple males. Because there's a lot less females than there are males. And then, like I said, sometimes the males are just like, well, fuck you, I'm gonna go get a dude. And then that encourages fertility in females to see two males together. So it's like a whole cycle. It can also become very complicated based on the culture. My species can take multiple men in a fight, right? No. So that's what I kind of want to focus on with the culture. So there's obviously going to be a hierarchy. The females are on the top. Like I said, if there's a female that's just been born, she automatically outranks her own father. And the females keep the other females basically away from the dudes, and they teach them their version of the culture. And then as these guys have their own kids, they raise those. And like I said, these guys are more like a warrior culture, while these dudes are more like a smart boy culture. While the females run the society, basically. And I want to start designing clothing for them that reflects that hierarchy. Like I said, also, I know that there's like seasonal matings where they'll be like, yeah, I'll take you for a couple of years. If we work out, cool, I'll keep you. If not, at least I had a couple kids with you. Now get out of my house. And that will always be a female to a male. A male will never kick out or remove himself from a relationship. It's usually the females that are in charge of mating and relationships. I'm starting to think the beta males might not have much a say in most things, because the alpha males can kind of push them around. They won't often, but they will show off displays of strength to try and keep the betas in line, while the females basically just have everyone wrapped on their fingers because they're the ones in charge of everything. Yeah, they're girl bosses. Listen. Like I said, when having kids is on the line, you're gonna bend over backwards to make sure your lineage is the one that prospers. Because that's kind of how it is, like I said, with birds and a lot of lizards a lot of the time. That's why a lot of animals have all these weird quirks that they've got going on. It's because they are trying to impress the female. Especially in birds. That's why, like, peacocks have the longest tails imaginable. They are trying to show the females, hey, look, I'm pretty. Come get me. Do you like me? Look at my dance. It happens in lizards as well. It's why there's alpha lizards and monitor lizard, not monitor lizards. That's an actual genus. Satellite males and sneaker males. Cuttlefish do the same thing, where there's alpha males and sneaker males, where one will show up and be like, hey, I'm not a girl actually, wink, 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 wonk, wonk, wonk. It's just something that males have had to learn to do over the course of millions of years to get females to like them. So it's usually the female that propagates the species, ergo, she is the one that carries all of life. She's the boss. Meanwhile, the Chad dudes, I'm just gonna call them alphas and betas because it makes easier sense for me. The alpha males are the ones that scan perimeters and make sure the place isn't ruined. So these guys are probably going to be trained in a weapon of some sort. Usually, I want to say a spear, but they could also be using certain swords. I want to say curved swords, because curved swords are really pretty. And I've been thinking about what kind of materials they have available to them, and I'm thinking they're somewhere in the Bronze Age. I'm not big a fan of using hunter-gatherer Stone Age species all that often. When I do it, it's appropriate. Like, what races do I have in here that are like that? Lyrans are not hunter-gatherer. Tauramians. Tauramians, I guess, are technically hunter-gatherers. But they also lost a lot of their old technology and kind of got reset, so they don't super count. Wow, I just choked on my own spit. Choked on my own spit, y'all. No dying. Nope, gonna die. Anyway. Yeah, I don't have any species that are really all that hunter-gatherer-y. But they are in between modern to hunter-gatherer, depending on if they are like an underdeveloped species or not. These guys, I want to say, are about Bronze Age. I want them to have started learning how to alloy metal. Maybe it's not necessarily bronze or brass or anything, but it's like they're in the alloying of metal stage, basically, but they're not quite medieval. I don't know. Well, no, they would be they'd start be writing stuff, huh? They'd be writing stuff. These guys are probably the scholars that keep up with a lot of writing. Okay. So I'm starting to paint a clearer picture in my head as I think here. So the way I see it, I think up to a certain age, children stay with the mom, and she educates them. She teaches them their culture. She teaches them life skills. She teaches them what you need to know until you're about puberty age. And then when you start hitting puberty and you start really changing color. Oh, haven't I told you about the con last weekend?
You didn't, Pats. How was it like?
Let me know. Let's see. Well, while Pats is typing that out, let me think about this a little more. But yeah, I think until about puberty age, they all the kids kind of basically have the same height and body mass. Maybe their scales have started changing color as they age. And then when they start to hit puberty, that's when the mom throws the males out into the world to spend time with whoever their dad was. And depending on the female, she either has one male or two males, one of each morph. which is what I've been calling it. If they're both males but they like function differently, it's called a morph. So, depending on the morph of the father, she'll throw that kid to him. So if she has an alpha male, she'll pick up the little red-scaled baby and plop him right on his doorstep. Same thing with the beta males. Which makes me wonder if the parents even live with each other. I think if they're not consorts, like if they're not like married basically, if they're just mated, they don't live with each other. They have their own space, I think. And the female, the mom, will basically live in a huge den full of herself and her sisters and mothers and their kids. And their consorts if they've chosen to take one. I feel like you can only take one consort because it's probably an alliance thing. But you can have multiple mates or like a concubine or two if you want. But only if you're a female. Females are the only ones allowed to really do that. Sorry, I'm thinking still. Yeah, I think that's how it's gonna go down. So, what I'm gonna do is start drawing a few sketches here and there of clothing that I want them to wear. So, the females would probably have some sort of like permanent way of telling the other people who their clan is, because females pass on their land and their assets to their firstborn daughter and their secondborn daughter if the secondborn daughter has liable reason to need some of it. The boys don't get nothing. The boys get kicked out or moved to another part of the house where the dad lives if he's a consort. So I think they might have either jewelry or a tabard or something. Hi, Salem. Welcome in. The highlight of the con for me was getting to meet Roger Craig Smith. Yeah, it is Sonic. Best known as Sonic, but known to me as Ezio. Wait, are you telling me... Pats, are you telling me Sonic and Ezio Auditore are talking about the same guy? Because it's really funny. That's a range! Which is mostly what we chatted about and could not have been a nicer guy. Yeah, I've learned that. A lot of voice actors in those kind of spaces are actually pretty chill. Can't believe this is how I learn. And Ezio Auditore and Sonic are the same voice actor. That's really funny. Gotta squat fast! Gotta go fast! Oh, jeez. I didn't know that. That's kind of funny. I'm glad you had fun though, Pats. Yeah, a lot of those people are usually really funny and really sweet. Apparently, Leon's brother used to be in a band and they played a lot around in the, like, LA area, and they kind of toured here and there. They played in bars and stuff. And they, one day, met Vic Mignogna, the guy who talks Edward Elric from Full Metal Alchemist, and they're like, yeah, he was fucking chill and he liked our music. I found where Ren mentioned his kid. It was when he was chatting with Adoken. Ah, so Bobby doesn't know shit. So it was pre teleport. It was pre-time skip, and it was not Bobby. Because I was about to say, Bobby did not meet him pre-time skip. It was only Adoken that hung out with him. Gotta re-squat fast. Anyway, what was I doing? Right, clothing. Clothing based on hierarchy. So, because the females, the ladies, usually live in the same area. I don't want to say harem, because harem is kind of rude. It gets better. So I gave him my business card like I gave all the other guests, and while searching Instagram for pictures of the con, I found a picture Roger posted of his con haul, and guess whose business card was in the pile? It was yours! Yay! That's so sweet. That means people on his Instagram saw your card. That's what that means. And I find that really cute.
Ah, ow, 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 ow. Eh.
Alright, I'm better. I had an itch. Alright, so I think what I'm gonna do is try and figure out, first and foremost, how women in the culture display who their house is. Because it's all passed down by the females, by the mom to daughter. I don't think, like I said, males wouldn't worry super much about what kind of house they were from. They'd only remember who their mom is so that it doesn't get incesty later, you know? But I feel like the females would definitely be like wearing their house sigil or house marker very surreptitiously, I guess is the word I want to use. It would be egregiously obvious who their mother is. I hiccuped and burped. Dang it. I'm still hiccuping. So yeah, I think while men of the I guess society show off who their moms are, it's not nearly as crazy as the ladies will do it. So I need to figure out how they're gonna do that. I joked about tabards. I don't want it to be a tabard. I have been looking at Aztec architecture, and I do really like Mesoamerican aesthetic. So I might look into how they do it and come up with something. But I don't really think they worry about it all that often. Not like the medieval period where they had like coat of arms and stuff. I don't think they did that, but I can at least look around and come up with some sort of equivalent, because these guys would definitely have some sort of quote-unquote coat of arms where they're like, yeah, this is my family, this is my mom. So let me go look at that. Yeah, that meant a lot because he 100% didn't have to do that, but the fact that he did means I must have left an impression on him. That's so sweet. That's cute. Okay, I have no clue how I'm gonna do this. I do know I want their hair to be kind of kooky. I want their hair to, like, do this. I love the idea of using their horns to wrap their hair around. So, the way I see their hair, I see it as kind of like... Let's use another brush. I see their hair as kind of curly. It can be straight, but I do see it as kind of, like, slightly Polynesian curly. Like this. And then they'll have it out like this. Maybe not as fluffy as Polynesian inspired hair, but I do like the idea of their hair being wavy. And like with tight little curls. And then they can like have designs in their hair that like wrap around their horns and stuff, like this. I think that'd be a lot of fun. Let me do this real quick. There we go. So something kind of like that. Maybe even bigger. Maybe even fluffier. And like I said, this depends on the ethnic group, but this is just the default group that I'm focusing on. What would she look like with straight hair? Let me look. So she would still have this. She'd have little braids. Doing this. And then let's say she has straight hair. What would she look like? Hmm. I have an idea. Thanks. No, that's dumb. I think it depends. I think depending on the family and the genetics, the hair can be straight or wavy or curly. I think it just depends. I also like the idea of them having super elaborate hairstyles and outfits, depending on how wealthy they are. Definitely a like a chief's woman and like her daughters. They're probably like super decked out in like jewelry and clothes, and their hair is probably like really high up and looking really cool. And then like the commoner probably has like maybe a few ponytails, but that's about it. Oh, I also really liked the idea because males' horns stick straight up. I like the idea of them having like, depending on like who they're married to or what they're doing, underneath the horns, they're wearing like a hat like this, and you can barely see it peeking up over the head. So it would look kind of like this, where the horns are like hiding most of the hat. Or maybe they're even wearing it on top of the horns because the horns are keeping it in place. And then the horns keep this propped up, but it's like a big super fan that they wear on top of their head. I like the idea of certain males wearing these super crazy headdresses. Now that would be like special occasion, or like for priests, or maybe like a chief woman's husband or something. I say husband, but he'd be called like consort in their words. I think it depends. I also like the idea of a female wearing that kind of headdress, but maybe not to that extent. Because she doesn't have horns that could help keep it propped up. The reason the guys could probably get away with wearing these super big headdresses is because those horns will keep the hair, the hat and the feathers from basically drooping down his head. I got that song stuck in my head, god damn it. Alright, so what I'm going to do is close out a few of my tabs, because I have some clothing tabs open. Okay, so I also have a hairstyle thing set up. Oh, braids would be really pretty on them too. I feel like braids, like simple braids, are probably a commoner thing, because they'd want their hair out of their face. Okay, so I'm gonna keep this because it's got a bunch of hats on it. Now the question is, how would the ladies show off who their family is? They could either paint their faces, or they can... Oh no, I don't know if they'd be able to tattoo themselves. And the reason I say that is because they have scales. Scales would be extremely hard to tattoo. Yeah, I don't know if they'd be able to tattoo their faces at all. Because I was gonna say maybe they give themselves like little tattoos on their face. Like, let's say this lady's with a certain group or family, so she gives herself like this stripe mark like this or something. And it's to tell people who her family is, who her mom is. Maybe she adds a little bit more, maybe there's color, maybe it's filled in, and then she's got like a couple of dots or something. You know, just to show the pattern of her family. But, I mean, facial scales are really small and generally softer than body scales, that's true. But can they be tattooed? Because our skin is porous and very easy to poke. Very, very pinchable, very soft compared to scales. I guess I could look up and see what these scales would look like. I'm just gonna straight up look it. Oh, that's a good point. I looked it up. How would tattoos fare on reptilian scales? Someone said, the problem with this concept is scales are constantly shedding. If not tattoo, could be paint or dye or henna. Yeah, I was thinking probably some sort of henna. Paint would obviously start chipping and coming off, but it depends on the paint. And I think they would use henna because that stays for weeks. And it would also be a good idea in case, let's say, for some reason they kick out a female, like she did something absolutely egregious and they need to remove her. She wouldn't have the markings of her family anymore. That henna would disappear. Now, it's not going to be called henna in their culture, but it is going to be basically how it works, where it's a type of dye, a type of paint that they put on their skin, and then it just sits for a while. Henna might be your best bet for long-lasting markings, and they could update when they shed. That's true, because, yeah, these guys would be shedding a lot. At least, probably, I want to say once a year. When they're kids, they shed constantly, because they're growing all the time. But once they hit adult maturity, I think they shed about once a year, so tattoos would probably be a no-go. Oh, someone mentioned possible scarification. Like where you pluck out certain scales to see the underside, but I don't think they would do that, because for us it's already kind of risky, but for them they would be healing over a scaleless part of their body, and they probably wouldn't want to die to diseases from removing scales. So I think I'll stick with henna. Or their cultural equivalent. Not specifically henna, but definitely something close to it. I think that would be a good idea. You are correct. Okay, so we've got that out of the way. Her family would show that off. Alright, let me pull up my references. Because I have their fashion saved. I also have their weapons saved. I really like the idea of them using weapons that look like this. Basically like Egyptians inspired. I really like the kolpesh, I really like the axe that they've got going on, and of course they're going to use spears. Spears are just a smart fucking weapon to have. And now we can grab up their fashion. Now, obviously, since each gender, quote unquote gender, yes, these are still technically dudes, but they are technically. They have two different gender roles. They don't do the same shit just because they're both guys. Because of their morph differences, they technically. I keep saying technically, someone shoot me. They bring different cultural things to the table, and they're expected to do different things depending on which version of the male they are.
Palm ankle.
Ugh. Okay, let's pull this up. I'm gonna go look at some henna. I do like the idea of some of it being sort of Indian inspired here and there with some of the clothes, because I'm gonna be the first to tell you guys, I fucking love clothing wrapping. Like, you just take a scarf and you just tie it and wrap it somewhere. Like, I don't know why. That's always been really cool to me. So I feel like they could do that here and there. Like I said, depending on how influential they are in the family. The commoners might not worry nearly as much about wearing a fuck ton of clothes. But these guys, like, when I say these guys, more influential families would definitely be draped in more. And that's what I'm gonna work on. Right now I am working under the assumption that this lady is probably like a chief woman or a chief woman's daughter. So she would be the highest of the high, the most privileged, and she would have every reason to paint her face and possibly even hands, because like Salem said, henna, like a type of paint, they usually do it on their hands. It's usually what Indian brides do, I believe. It's a bridal thing, but you can do it for other reasons as well, especially for a society that can't really tattoo themselves. So I'm gonna go look at some henna designs. Have people put henna on their face? They have. Okay. It's not common, but apparently they have done it. And these people would want to do it because they're trying to show off their family. It's a little harder to do with just the hands. The face is immediately seen, though. Yeah, I hardly see any henna designs on faces. It's a little sad, but eh. Okay. So I have a few clothing ideas pulled up. And I don't know if I want to give the ladies these big ass feather hats that I've been looking at, or if I want to reserve that for males. Because the men are definitely there to try and compete with each other for the attentions of a lady. The women would not be compelled to dress so ornately that they're getting attention from males. They're not there to impress the males are there to impress them. And that's just the law of nature for, like, birds and lizards. So I feel like it would be mostly the dudes wearing these hats. And that would be during, like, probably, like, mating choosings, basically. I've been thinking about how that could work. And I think it would work by possibly if certain events happening. Yeah, I think there would be certain events where the males are expected to basically show up and show themselves as available, and also to be like, hey, look at me. Basically, like strutting their tail feathers. They would be given the opportunity to show off and try and at least be picked as a mate. If not consortship, at least mateship. If females do wear hats, it probably won't be very big. And it would be in a way that goes around their head thingies. Because they have horns. The dudes have big-ass horns that, like, get tall. The beta males have smaller horns, but they're still straight up. The ladies' horns curve around their head and sit. So that kind of makes wearing headwear a little rough. But maybe they wear stuff on the sides and, oh, down the middle. What if they wear a down the middle hat? Hear me out. Hear me out. Hold on. Hear me out. Hear me out. Okay. What if, hear me out, what if this lady has a band right here, right? Nope. Let's make it a little darker. What if she's got like a band right here, holding on? Right. And then she has another band right here, you know, wrapped around her head. Maybe that's wrapped around and curls up this way, you know? Like maybe in the back it does this. And it curves around, you know? And then on this band right here on the top of the head, she's got like these feathers. Is my music not playing? Oi. Oi.
Oi! Oi!
Oh, it is. It's just quiet as shit. Interesting. Very quiet music. Alright, but yeah, what if she wears feathers that does... Here, let's make it more blue. What if she wears feathers that does this? Like, they mohawk. Like, here's her head, right? Here's her noggin, here's her nose. And then here's her horns. And then the hat does this. Like, what if it's a side mohawk, you know? I could see that. I'm trying to find, like, a picture of that, but I don't know how to look that up. Should I Google feather mohawk and see what I get? Seriously, what do I look up for that? Because the only headdresses that I've ever seen go across the head. But I want me want see. Here, I'm gonna look it up. We'll see if I can find something that I'm thinking of. Okay, well, I mean, I kinda got what I wanted, but it's for Mardi Gras. It's like a Mardi Gras headdress, apparently. Let me find a good example, and then I can save it. Because all these examples kind of suck. Low-key, all these examples kind of suck. What if I just take this out? Oh, see? It's nothing but this... Ooh, hold up. Hold up. Did I find something? Oh, she could also wear this. So... More Mardi Gras stuff. Fuck it. If it's Mardi Gras, it's Mardi Gras. I'm trying to find this. Hi, welcome back, Cosmic. I am looking for a feather headdress for this lady. And I was thinking I might do something like this, where it's like a mohawk thing that goes down the middle of her horns. Because like I said, for the dudes, it can rest on top. Right here. And the horns can, like, keep the feathers propped up. But the ladies' horns don't really do that, and also, they can kind of get in the way of whatever they're doing. So what if I made it side? What if I made it sideways? But it still looks kind of funny. I also have no clue if this is what Montezuma actually wore. Because they do probably have an influx of feathers coming in at all times, because they're hunters. They'll hunt anything. They'll hunt fowl, they'll hunt the like bulls. I don't know if they would hunt certain boars, because I ain't gonna lie, boars are gross. Boars don't taste correct. Wild boars don't. They can, if you don't clean them correctly, they can taste pretty weird. Okay, so that didn't help me. None of this helped me. I'm gonna close this out. Yeah. Unsure if I should do headdresses for ladies. Oh, I could look at Peruvian stuff. Peruvian culture used a lot of metal as opposed to feathers. And I did say these guys are kind of Bronze Agey. I also might look at Levant and Indus River Valley style Bronze Age cultures. Sorry, the music just kicked up and now I'm fucking McDancing. Now I gotta turn it back down. My bardcore is loud, okay? Okay, so none of these are really helping me. But I do want to go into Bronze Age examples, see if I can't find anything that could help me. Oh, I do really like the design of certain cultures. It is Peruvian, but I really like the design where they have those like nose piercings and it like covers like all of the face like this. Like it pierces here and then it's like a semicircle and it basically covers the fucking mouth. I kind of really like that design. I don't know why they did it. But it seemed like men and women both wore it equally in the references that I found. So it's not like it was a gender thing, it was a fashion statement, but I don't know what kind of fashion statement. If they did that... They would probably have to have it like this. It would be coming from the inside of the nose here, and then it would wrap. Like that. Looks really funny when it's black. It would definitely be like bronze or brass or gold. Because they are in the age of the gold. Then again, I did this for my Saurians. I think. Let me go check my Saurians. What y'all look like? How y'all looking? Okay, no, I didn't. I did give the Saurians nose piercings, but that was based more off of the muzzles shapes that they have. These guys would have their stuff probably dangling all over their face. That sounded gross. My stuff's dangling all over. Anyway. I need to close out some of these references real quick. I don't need these. Okay. Because I had a lot of shit opened up. I don't need the side blotch lizard stuff anymore either, because I've already done that. I don't need to keep the henna open, but I do know that they're going to use a henna-like material to do their designs on their faces. Depending also on what they cover themselves in, like how covered they're going to be, they could do it on other parts of their body as well. Maybe the chest. But I'm gonna have to play around with those designs. Right now I'm working on facial design. Because I don't want them to be completely covered. And they don't have ears. So they don't really have ear holes to have piercings in. But maybe... maybe if they want some sort of pretty danglies, they can slip jewelry onto themselves. Let me do this. Let me erase this. Get out of here. So maybe if they're feeling themselves, right, they can have jewelry hanging off of their horns. Like so. And then on that jewelry, they can have beads, and then all sorts of crazy shit dangling off of them. I was thinking, oops, maybe some sort of... Let's give them like a bunch of loops. Hello? Crunch break. Okay, I'll do my crunches. Let me just add this final loop. Because I'm trying to come up with ideas here for this jewelry that they could be wearing. And I do think it could be made of bronze, brass, and other alloy metals, as well as gold for like the super rich. Okay. So maybe something like that? I don't know. Let's move this over here though so I can see what the fuck I'm doing better. Alright, let's go do crunches real quick. Be right back. Big stretch. Ugh. Ooh, alrighty. I am all crunchied. I did it. I did my crunches. Alright, let me get back in my blanket. It's kind of cold. Ooh. Oh, they could probably paint their lips. I want them to paint their lips. Oof. Alright. Comfy blanket. Okay, so back to the drawing. What was I doing? Right, I was giving them jewelry. Clothing. I was giving them clothing in general. Just breathe in, don't mind me. Oh, settling down after doing my crouches. Alright. Alrighty, so we've got the first piece of jewelry on her head, on her little noggin. Let me brighten it up a little more, make it look more like gold. Because this is like, I'm pretending this is like a queen, pretty much. This is someone who rules, for better words, a kingdom. Now, I don't think these guys have full-on kingdoms where it's like lots of cities and they're all in a feudal era. I think it's more like a city-state sort of situation where your town, your big area it might not be ran the same way as your neighbors. So I think I might do... Obviously, there's also going to be cultural differences depending on where you hop. So this is just one instance. And I do want to design like what basically a queen would look like. Or like I've been calling them, a chief woman. Okay, I'm thinking about it, and I kind of like the idea of her having some of her hair pulled out from under the horns, and then bundled together in, like, a series of, what are these called? Like, giant buns that she keeps on her head. Like that. And then, of course, she would have her braids. And she would probably have more braids right here. Maybe I should put the hair on another layer so it's not fucking with the jewelry. Let's see. Yeah, I think I might do a series of top buns, some braids, and then another braid like this. I bless the rains down in Africa. I bless the rain. Sorry. Okay, and then this would be a braid, this would be a braid, this would be a braid. And then I could give her a big old bun on the top of her head, and then another bun in the back, like so. That looks okay. Now, like I said, the puffiness or the straightness of the hair just depends on the genetics. I think I might make her hair not as puffy, just to have. Cool. No, not that straight. That's what I said about myself. I'm not that straight. There we go. That looks better. And this can just be a long piece of hair. Okay, so queen shit, right? Queen shit? I want to give her more hair accessories, but I'm not sure how. Obviously she's gonna have a fuck ton of necklaces, so hold up. Let's use this, my handy dandy, squiggly googa. I feel like hair is a really fun status symbol as well. If you can afford to have long ass hair, you can afford to sit in your house and do nothing all day. Because that's usually some sort of tell for nobility versus labor. Well, depending on the culture, of course. But I think in mine, it should be a tell that like, oh hey, your hair is super long and gets in your fucking way. That means you probably haven't worked a day in your life. Because you need that shit cut short in order to get it out the fucking way. Or you need it in a single braid wrapped up on the head so that, you know, you don't get it in the fucking way. I feel like the nobility themselves probably has just super long hair. Like, this is probably short for a noble. Like, maybe her hair is just super funkin' long. Super stinkin' long. And it can just get in the fucking way. I might even have the front braided. Because the more in the way shit is, the less you have to do as a person. Okay, let me grab this. I need to also find, like, marks and stuff. Like,
Oh god, oof. Jackie Sugar Skull. I'm just drawing people, please. Ow.
no, markings. Let me save the markings. There we go. And I'll draw this lady's markings. Well then stop being so heatable. You right. Okay, so that's the jewelry. That's the hair. Let's give her facial markings. I might make it in like a really pretty red paint. It's a little too red. But they're definitely going to use some sort of orangey ochre of something. So something kind of like this could be a really pretty design. And it tells people who her mom is. Maybe she's feeling extra fancy and paints her lips as well. Like that. Like maybe she's feeling extra fancy today, you know? Like this would be some sort of queen. Very much a, like, stable house of some sort. I might also add little bricks here, just to add extra details. There we go. So this is definitely some sort of noble woman. Wearing super pretty markings that she's painted on. Because, we've already gone over the tattooing idea, and it unfortunately would not work. So instead, they can just paint their faces and then let it stay on as long as possible. Probably a few weeks. And depending on how detailed and who, like, the markings are, reminiscent of, you'll know if it's like a noble house or like a lower house. I don't think commoners might have much of anything in the ways of facial marking, because, like, what are they gonna do? So they might have, like, simple facial markings and nothing else. But the higher you go on the, like, hierarchy ladder, the more complex the house markings are going to be. I also feel like it would be a very bad crime, basically, to wear housing markings that is not your own house. If you're impersonating a family member, I feel like you get your ass whooped if you're trying to pass as these little markings. So I feel like the noble houses might have complex markings, on the other hand, to kind of like deter people from wearing it and also make it a little difficult for people to replicate completely. I feel like it's almost like an art where you have trained professionals knowing exactly how to design these facial markings, or maybe you've been taught since you hit puberty how to do these designs, and if you mess it up, you're probably a failure. Or you're a kid, you know, you don't know how to do it yet. So I think these markings will get progressively crazy depending on how influential the house is, just to act as kind of like a deterrent for people to try and impersonate it, which, good luck impersonating it to begin with. It's very hard to pretend to be a part of that family in, like, let's say a community of a few thousand, you know? Like, the bigger the city, maybe you can get away with looking like you're from a lesser noble house, but if you're trying to impersonate yourself as, like, a relative of the queen, you're probably gonna get fucking not executed, but definitely exiled. You'd probably get your ass whooped, and then you're sent packing, because I think it's probably a serious offense to do that.
Ow, 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 ow. Felt like something bit me. I had to scratch it.
So, yeah. I don't know what house this is with her markings, but it's probably just something. Alright, clothing-wise, what we doing for clothes? I do kind of want to redo her hair and make it braided, but I'll leave it down for now. Alright, so for clothing, if you are higher up in the you know, the caste system, basically. You will obviously be wearing super expensive shit and probably layer upon layer of stuff. If you're a commoner, I'm assuming you would probably just wear like a loincloth, maybe a small necklace or something. Maybe a cinch around the waist. But other than that, you wouldn't be wearing much. So that means I'm gonna try and work backwards here. I'm gonna make the most complicated clothes, and then I'm gonna work towards the just commoner's clothing. So I'm going to use her as the nobility, quote unquote. He's obviously going to be the warrior. And then I'm gonna use him probably for the scholar class, and then like the commoner class. Because there are going to be commoner females, obviously, but I don't know if there's going to be super gendered clothing. Like, you know, how do you gender a fucking loincloth, for instance? I don't think they have gendered clothing so much as they have, like, really gendered maybe jewelry or clothing placement. But if you're a commoner, you don't worry about that shit. I think the higher echelons only worry about that shit. Oh, I do know I want them to also be wearing jewelry, depending on who they're married to. So, I want it to be a choker, and the way I see it, females have first dibs on who they get with. Now, normally, ladies don't really attach themselves to males for very long, usually just a couple of years, long enough to make sure she's had a daughter and a son or so with him. Maybe she'll keep him around for 5 to 6 years just to have more kids, but then she'll either boot him or get another guy and have even more kids with that guy. Usually an alpha and a beta. Now, this is, once again, if you're more wealthy, more influential, you can do this. It's not really a thing you see more common people doing. And since the females get first dibs, that means they are probably the ones that does the proposing if you were to take a consort. We're pretending this lady wants to just whole ass marry one of these guys, okay? She would probably wear a necklace to show she is taken. And I want the necklace to be kind of like a bead choker. Now, depending on the male she took on as a consort, I think depends on what the necklace looks like. The design will stay the same, but I think the colors might be a little different. And the centerpiece might be different. So I wanted to do something like this. Let me find you. It's you. So I wanted her to have kind of like a collar that does this, where it's like beaded on leather. Okay, would you tell us that you're okay? Alright, let me actually go look at the jewelry that I saved. So I wanted something kind of like this, where it's like a full ass collar that sits on the neck. Trying to find another example of it, but I can't. Ooh, this would be a very fancy version of it. But something kind of like this, where it's like a whole ass fucking collar. And she wholeheartedly expects the male to make this necklace. If she proposes to him, he has to make the necklace, which is kind of fucked, but that's the culture. So she tells him, hey, I want you as consort. She'll give him a necklace as well, but the necklace is a lot it's a lot more simple. And yeah, once he agrees, he will start working on a necklace for her. And I think it'll be something like this. Here, let me turn off her hair so I can see what I'm doing. And it can be metal, it can be beads, it can be bone, it can be clay, it can be wood. Hi, Hemi! Wave the Hemi, wave the Hemi. But right now we're working it like it's metal. And then there would be a centerpiece. But this is kind of how I see females wearing necklaces. They would expect the guy that she proposed to make a whole ass giant fucking necklace like this. Now, sometimes, it's very rare, but sometimes a male will approach a female. You're very bold to do this. You're extremely bold to do this. You could very easily just be told no and fuck off if you do this, but sometimes a lady will like that initiative and will take you on as a consort. If that's the case, he should be bringing his fucking A game with that necklace. And like I said, in the center, I want there to be like a centerpiece of some sort. And that centerpiece represents who he is. So let's say this centerpiece, let's say he's a scholar or something and his family is smart in like, let's say they have a really good reserve of like lapis or something. He will put something in there that represents him. So that would be the kind of jewelry she'd wear. I'm gonna have to turn off her bra soon just so we can see this better, but if she were to propose first to a male, she can present him with a necklace immediately, or she can make one later when she learns more about him. But these are basically necklaces that say, hey, I'm taken, fuck off. And the males will usually wear a much less designed necklace, especially these guys. Let me draw him. These guys will usually just wear 1 or 2 strings of beads. Like maybe like this. So these guys would probably just wear something like this, and that would be it. Now they still will have some sort of centerpiece. Let's say this lady gave him an emerald or something. Male necklaces will be so much less designed than females. Now about the beta males. Beta males will also get necklaces depending on who is proposing. Now the females are expected to present a necklace to the males whenever they propose, but you're also expected to reciprocate by creating something and showing them, hey, yeah, I'm dedicated. It's also just something they do to be possessive about it. They're like, no, you're gonna wear this because you're mine. And I don't want people thinking you're available and I'm not. So, betas don't really propose all that often. It usually goes, females are the ones in charge of this and the ones who instigate alliances and consort proposals the most. And then the alphas do it about half the time. And it's usually towards other betas. Alpha males can approach a female, but not very often. And then these guys just don't get the opportunity to do much of anything, unfortunately. If they want to be with someone, they just kind of have to wait and twiddle their thumbs, or get risky and tell them, and risk getting told to fuck off. And these guys get to wear a choker as well, like a male, like the regular male, but theirs is designed a little differently. So let me go up to this guy. So once again, they also get a centerpiece. And they get beads on the ends. Sorry, my jam is on. Anyway. And let's say this guy got proposed to by an alpha, and so he's wearing red. But these guys are expected to wear more dangly bits. It's kind of like an in-between between a male and a female necklace. They'll wear something like this. They have like little danglies. So it's a combo of this and this. It's not quite a full choker, but it's not a full collar, but it's definitely also a choker. Meanwhile, ladies don't wear chokers at all. Their collar necklace sits right on the shoulder. It does not go up the neck. It does not go up here, because if it did, it would be considered masculine. It's brought down here because it's feminine. Here, let me do this. What? Oh, Medoofus, that's what. Hold on, I have to do something. I drew it on the wrong layer, that's what happened. Okay, so before I do anything, let's do this. Okay, now I can move it. So yeah, the lady's collar is a lot lower than male necklaces. And remember, these are consort necklaces. Which means you're saying you are for real married. You're with someone. You're not just mated. So that means males cannot be approached at all by other females, and it means that other females won't approach other males. There we go. Now, only about half the population, half the females do this, which means math is hard. Let's say more like 60%. About 60% of females decide to tie down and get married, basically, with a male. That's still math. What's 60% of 1/3? Exactly. I want to say like every 2 out of 3 females gets married. Well, hold on. Let's do math. 10 ladies, 6 get married, 4 do not. I'm gonna write it down. Six married, 4 not. 8. So that would mean 3 alphas probably, let's say it's split down the middle. 3 alphas get married. Let's say there's 10 alphas. And let's say there's 10 betas. Which is their official names now and no one can stop me. So 3 alphas get married to the ladies, and 3 betas get married to the ladies. Let's say it's equal. That means 7 alphas and 7 betas are left to their little lonesome. But I did mention betas and alphas can also become consorts, and that's actually a lot more common because they are a social species and they want to connect with someone. And since the females are playing the gene game, the males don't have anything to worry about that. They don't have to look for multiple females to play the gene game. It's the females doing it. So they're the ones that are kind of left over are usually content to marry each other. So I'm going to assume, let's pretend, let's pretend a few four, let's say I want to say two of these ladies. Let's say two of these are just mating and not marrying. And let's say both of them take one alpha and one beta. That still leaves us with 6 alphas and 6 betas that are unmated or hanging out with a lady. So you would probably have about 5-ish alpha beta marriages. Maybe 4 or 5. Because I'm trying to figure out how many, yeah, I want to say there could be about 4 alpha beta relationships. While there's usually about 6 to 8 female and then male. I'm just trying to figure out how common getting married is in this culture. I want to say it's like 70% of the population decides to actually get consorted. So it's more than half, but it's very uncommon to see females doing it. And even then, she still might take a concubine. So
It's rough. It's rough being a dude in this culture. Oops.
oh boy, Desmond, how come you made it real rough to be a guy in a culture? Me, shush, no more questions. Ow. I choked on my own spit again. Y'all, I'm malfunctioning. Hold on, let me get a drink. Maybe that'll help me. I have been talking a lot. Maybe that'll help. Yum. Let me clear out my throat. I don't think they'll wear shoes. Because right now I'm just working on jewelry. Because jewelry is easier for me to work with right now. Especially since I don't know if they're going to be wearing a whole heck of a lot of clothing. Because they've got scales. The main reason we wear clothes is because, you know, we got cold. In fact, the first ever, like, recorded history of clothing wasn't actual clothing, it was a blanket. Because we started weaving, right? We figured out how to weave thousands of years ago. I don't know how long ago, but we started weaving, or we started skinning animals and using their leathers for when it started getting colder in the winter. And that comfort started making us lose our hair. We started getting thinner hair on our bodies because we didn't need it anymore. Because we were stealing other animals' warmth. And over time, we got more elaborate with their designs, and we eventually started going, hey, but what if we just brought our blankets with us everywhere instead of the cave? And we started wrapping ourselves up in these blankets because they're comfy. And then we got bed lice. then we created a whole ass new series of lice, apparently. But yeah, we did that as a form of warmth and protection, like extra protection and for extra comfort. I don't know if these guys would need that, because if you look at cultures that are in warmer climates, well, they don't wear nearly as much clothing. Like, let's look at the North America versus South America, for instance. North America, they wore a lot of leather dresses, like, it was deer hide dresses, where they would take a deer hide and put it on top of the shoulder, almost like a poncho, but then they would tie it to 2 more deer hides, one in the front and one in the back, and they basically made a dress out of these 3 pieces. Masculine clothing didn't do this, but feminine clothing definitely did. Which is why Native American, specifically North American Native Americans, have that a unique shape to the dress because it's 3 deer skins tied together in a very beautiful and elaborate way. Here, I'll show you what I'm kind of talking about. So this dress is not... Wait, I don't know if this is correct. Hold on, let me find an actual North American native look. Because nowadays they don't use deerskin. They don't need to, really. Some do, but I've noticed a lot use like just regular fabric now, like especially really pretty shiny fabric. Well, that's really pretty. Okay, so I can use this to kind of show it off. Oh, wait a minute. This helps. This helps. Okay, so this is kind of what I'm talking about. This is 3 buckskins put together. This is the top buckskin, and then you have holes in this part of the buckskin, and you like lace them together with leather knots. And then this right here is 2 buckskins tied together. And then they add these little fringes to decorate it, and it's very intricate. It's very pretty for just being a 3-piece buckskin outfit. And this is what it looks like whenever it's all put together. So yeah, we have been making clothing out of literally everything for thousands of years. And it made us lose our hair. But these guys have scales. And I don't know how pertinent wearing clothing would be for them. I do want them to wear something, but I don't know how important textiling would be for them. I don't know if they would do textiling. They might just straight up wear leather because it's there. Now, I don't want my girl hiding her boobs. That's dumb. She doesn't have boobs to hide. Maybe they would hide the groin to keep it from getting anything in it? That sounds gross. But, like, it's usually good to wear at least a loincloth or something to keep your giblets from being dirty. Let's look at Amazonian people. So, the Amazon has a lot of different ethnic groups that don't hardly wear anything. And they're a really good example of the climate making it to where you don't really need or wear clothes because you're not really protecting yourself from the cold or the elements. You're able to just kind of freeball it. I don't know what to look up for this though. I don't know how to Google Amazon clothing. I guess traditional clothing. Let me look that up. Because they wear just like beads sometimes, and that's it. It keeps giving me native, like, North American. Stop. Let me try something else. Okay, so I don't know if I'm allowed to show some of these. Some of these people are just straight up almost naked. Oh, that headdress is pretty, but I don't know if I'm going to use it. Okay, this is more Peruvian clothes. I'm looking for Amazon. Not the company. The place. This is Maori. Either way, I can't show you guys the pictures because it's mostly naked people. But just close your eyes and picture people with just beads on their bodies and nothing else. What are the tribes down there called? I don't remember. Oh, I know what's happening. When I try to look up Amazonian ethnic groups, it thinks I'm asking about just Amazon. The company. Y'all, I fucking hate Amazon. Did y'all know I fucking hate Amazon? Courage? Is that what they're called? Oh, I'm gonna save this, by the way, before I fucking lose it. I'd be upset if I suddenly lost everything. Yeah, it's like, oh, shop here at Amazon to get these clothes. And I'm like, no, just because I looked up Amazon and clothing does not mean I want to look at clothing on Amazon. Fuck. Stupid website. Well, that's depressing. I blame you, Amazon. This is your fault. I'll just do this. I'm gonna look for the tribe themselves. I believe the Kayapo are a type of people that wears not minuscule, but like a lot less clothing. Yeah, they just wear beads. Oh, but they're still wearing loincloths. They're still wearing like girdles and shit on the... Okay, so yeah, I think I'll give these guys at the very least groin coverage. Oh, I also want to give them their hair. So these guys will obviously have their hair in braids. They want to keep that shit out the fucking way. Okay, so this is the hair layer. So this dude, I don't know if he'll have it coming out at all around his horns, but I do know it's going to be in braids and kept away from grabbing. So he'll have like men are strangers to love. So he'll have let's give him 2 braids. I'm gonna do this just to make it be a braid, kind of. And the braid will be thick. And then, you know, hair coming out the doing. There we go. So his hair will be out of the way and easy to get out of the way because fighting and warrior and stuff like that. These guys, they're probably not going to worry too much about hair either way. They probably just pull it up in the back a little bit, like right here. And then they let it go do its thing. And this would be if you're like a noble. I'm drawing nobility, basically. Hallelujah. His hair will be just as long and ostentatious as the ladies, because betas have hardly shit to do. Meanwhile, these guys probably have their hair just a little not weaker, but definitely shorter. Maybe I could make it longer, just to be an asshole. I wonder, could they have hair in the back for special occasions? kind of like that look. I'm gonna keep it that way. But definitely when they're fighting, they pull that shit out the way. But this is like a noble warrior, so he's more like show rather than do. Maybe he's employed as a palace guard, but other than that, he's not going to worry too much about his hair. It's going to be in elaborate designs. So this would be kind of like nobility. I think I might give this guy a single braid. Maybe not to the extent that the ladies have, because they have like a bunch of elaborate braids on their head and wrapping around their horns. He's not gonna really have the same thing. His horns stick straight up, so, you know, good luck twisting braids up that fucking thing. Also, it might be seen as a woman's look to have more elaborate braids on the horns and not a man if you dress like that. You're being inappropriate, I guess. Or at the very least, you're seen as silly. Oh, I just realized trans stuff would be really rough for these people because of the hard dichotomy that they've got going on here. As for the face paint, I don't think these guys are going to face paint at all to show who they're from. But they may have some sort of plating that they wear somewhere to show who they're from, who their mom is. So, like I said, there's not any, oopsie doopsie, I slept with my cousin sort of situation. Especially when there's, like, ladies out there constantly taking more than one man as a partner. You gotta make sure there's no oopsie doopsies, you know? So I think it's a good idea to be like, this is my mother. Oh shit, we're step siblings, or no, we're half siblings, you know, shit like that. So yeah, I think they might have a system where the dudes don't paint their faces. That's a lady thing, but they'll definitely wear something to say, this is my mom. So let's say this dude and the lady over here are siblings. Let's say they're half siblings. She was born of an alpha dad, and he was born of a beta father, and that's why he's a beta. What could they wear to show their family lineage? Because the family lineage for him would be kind of like this. Because it's a 3-step pyramid with squares right here. And then they're designed. I mean, honestly, it could just be beaded in his hair or wrapped around his horns. Like maybe they slid some rings on top of his head. Because you want to make sure you can see it easily. You're flaunting your family. So maybe... I don't wanna lose your love tonight. So maybe his family is on a plate that he puts on his head. No. I do like the idea of him having rings on his horns, though. It's very pretty. I think I might give him little sets of jewelry as well. Nothing too crazy, though. Not like how I did the lady. I think I might give him some really pretty squares. There we go. The stamp if lost return to X family on their foreheads. Right on the forehead. It has to be something that the alpha will also wear, I think. could be a bracelet of some sort. Because I can't see the dudes needing to paint their faces. That's a feminine thing. Oh, I do like the idea of them painting their lips, though. Because these guys are, like, off female. They're like the combination of a male and a female together. So they'd be treated as such. And I think they'd enjoy the luxury of wearing lipstick. I don't know if they'd be allowed to wear full-blown facial paint, though. Maybe they're allowed to do some sort of nose design, like a cute little nose paint. But, like, cheek stuff is definitely feminine. While I feel like the mouth painting is, like, kind of neutral, maybe nose painting is definitely, like, beta male looking. But you're not allowed to paint and claim your house with the paint. Because that's considered kind of like heresy, since it's only your sisters allowed to claim their mothers on their faces. But males will definitely paint their faces. I don't know if alphas will do that, though. Alphas probably don't give as much of a shit. If they do, it's probably like some sort of war paint or something. Like something to, like, be scary and freaky. I do want to give them mom jewelry, though. I just don't know what kind of mom jewelry. Let's put on clothes on these guys and then figure it out. Now, I did say I want their clothes to be kind of minimal. Even when they're like this, I feel like they wouldn't be wearing too many clothes, just a lot of accessories. Because what have they got to do all day besides sit there and look pretty, you know? The bat! It's me! The bat! The bat. Hold on. The bat. Nope. Didn't do it. I tried to flip my hair. Didn't work. Anyway. The bat is drawing. Specifically, I am drawing, not really, well, clothing, but hair and accessories for these people that I'm making. Hey, you're welcome! What the heck? I'm also going to remove their loincloths for a bit, their grundle area, because they don't need it. Flipped your hair for you. Thank you, Lillian. Lillian comes in full throttle, punches me. I flipped your hair for you. Thanks. Alright, I'll just make it white for now. And I want these guys to wear loincloths. How is everyone? I'm doing good. I am chatting out my process while I draw characters and lose my fucking mind. Lose my brain. Slowly. To the thoughts. Oh, that's really pretty jewelry. I found a pair of earrings that are fucking gorgeous, by the way. Alright. No. No, please. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Okay, no more hiccups. Are we good? I think we're good. That was loud. Alright. Let's start with the lady. The ladies won't wear any chest clothing, they don't need it, but we'll give them coochie coverings. And usually loincloths are ties and then clip like this. And sometimes there'll be ties like this too. So this is pretty close to how most loincloths look. They are like wrapped around the body. Eh. Yeah, I just made a beat out of a song from Hill, and I think I made Go From Spooky to it sounding like a late night pizza eating type beat. Late night pizza eating? What is that? Oh, Silent Hill. That makes a lot more sense. That sentence makes a lot more sense now. I was very confused up until just now. I need to go look at loincloths. Ordering Little Caesars while playing on the PS3. Yeah, 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 yeah. Do I want them to wear a girdle of some sort? I think I might leave the ladies' designs fine. Oh, actually, hold on. I have an idea. What if it's super long in the front? Right? And then they tie something from the back. Like, let's make it blue or something. It's some pretty blue thing that they wear, right? And it ties from the back, and then they tie it up in the front right here. And then lightning splits the sea. I can swear there's someone somewhere watching me. And this is like super fancy. Okay. And then finally, she has like some sort of girdle that like ties it all together. And then the girdle may have a gold pin to keep it in place. And this gold pin is her family. Like, maybe there's a design in it that tells people who her family is. So if the face doesn't give it away, this does too. This is getting ridiculous now with my car. Oh no, I'm sorry, buddy. Sorry about your car. Okay, I kind of like that design. Now, what would I do with a guy? Probably just an easy loincloth to wear on the dick, and that's about it. Warriors aren't allowed to have as much. Dropped it as Tuesday morning. Oh wow, that's 2 days ago? Something like that. Hi, Tsun! Welcome in! Happy Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month? Oh! I didn't know. Happy Pacific Island. I wish Hawaii a very, getting rid of your oppressors. I wish Hawaii a very get free from your colonizers. Cause I don't know if you guys know, Hawaii's dealing with some shit. They're always dealing with some shit. And I am but one man, and I wish I could fix it, but I cannot, because I am but one man. What if instead of Pacific Island, it was Pacific Island? It's a small issue, but they're taking their sweet time with it because they couldn't hear anything wrong with it when they drove it around. That doesn't help. Like, y'all that don't help me. No shit, you didn't hear it if you just drove it around for a bit. I'm assuming you've been driving this thing for a lot longer than however the fuck long they've been doing it, and it probably doesn't help for them to just do it once. That's a very specific metal on plastic scraping and rattling noise. Yeah, well, that sucks. But it only happens under certain conditions. Oh, so they're not meeting those conditions, so they're just like, I don't know what you're talking about, it's fine. And you're like, it's not fine though. Actually, it's not. I have an idea. I know what I want to do with this dress, by the way. Because she's wearing a loincloth and then, like, an over drape, right? But I also want to give her more gold jewelry. I just want her to be draped in the gold, right? Just absolutely draped in it. Because this lady, like I said, this is queen, right? This is royalty design. This would definitely be bigger. There we go. Like, this woman is in charge of something. I like the idea of her wearing a clip in her hair. Do I also want to give them that nose thingy? I don't know. I want to give them the cool Peruvian nose piercing. But I don't know if it's any good for this specific culture. No. Doesn't look right. But I am going to give them leggy things. They don't wear shoes, because they don't need them. Look at those feet. Those feet ain't need no shoes. But I am definitely going to give them more jewelry. Something like that. That looks pretty good. I've been writing lore for my OC the whole time and it's turning into a fucking anime. It's a fucking anime, mate. You know what? Good. No one said anime was bad. Anime's great. Okay, so this is some pretty good casual queen dress up. Let's say he's her consort, right? He doesn't get makeup, but did you hear about the pair of Peruvian owl thieves? Some said they were in cahoots. Banned. 1,000 Years Dungeon. You go 1,000 Years Dungeon. No! Wait! Please! I'm not the one that goes 1,000 Years Dungeon. You go 1,000 Years Dungeon. Alright, I think I know what I'm gonna do for this guy. Let's just grab this. So, I know this looks kooky as fuck, and that's because I haven't drawn any line art for it yet, but this is like the basic design I have an idea for her. Now for the man. God, he's so pretty. He's a pretty boy. I know he's big as fuck, but he's also pretty. The ragdoll effect. Yeah, I kind of do that. I kind of get thrown around sometimes, you know, it's just, I'm silly like that. Yeah, these motherfuckers think they're real funny, fucking yucking me across the goddamn room. It's just the vibe. Alright, let's give this boy some coochie cover. So, I also want to give him a kind of a girdle. So, we would have to start with a loincloth up here. You want to sneak peek of what I'm writing? Sure. If you can share it in a way where you're not posting paragraphs in the chat, that would be great. We do have a Discord, and I'm in my live chat, which is like when I'm streaming, it's where I look to see people posting images and writings that are too big for chat. Oh shit. I see. Okay, hold on. There we go. But yeah, I do have a little space that lets me look at stuff. Oh yeah, I can join the disc. At your leisure. You don't have to, but it is where I look at stuff the most. Oh, thank you, Lillian. Alright, so I think I know how I want this guy to be designed. I'm thinking Roman. I'm thinking like the Roman tassel loincloths, you know? Like the little danglers. Let me show you what I mean. So let's say he has his loincloth attached at about here. Let's say the first dangles here. And I'm gonna pretend his groin is covered by a loincloth already. But I'm looking for tassels. So here's the first tassel. Here's the second tassel. Here's the third tassel. Proming yourself there, women? Oh. OnlyFans. I don't have a OnlyFans. I'm not a OnlyFans bet. If I ever do have an OnlyFans, it would be for my art. It would be for my stories. Okay, so this is kind of what I would want for the guy. And underneath, he would already be wearing a loincloth of some sort. And then I would have a belt wrapped around the hips to keep that shit in place. Maybe even a whole ass girdle, like this. Keeping that shit in place. And then the girdle will have, just like the lady and the other male, it would have his family mark. Can I get a sneak peek preview of my potential OnlyFans of art? I have a blue sky for that. You said live chat? Yes. The live chat is basically it's saying live and the chat, but like stuff that you can't post in my chat. In my actual chat.
It has hair enough. Yeah.
I had a hair in my mouth. I have a cat. My cat sheds. Actually, no, that might have been one of mine. I sat here and I felt it for a second. And I'm like, no, I think that was my hair. Hey, my hair. Water. Wait, hold on. Oh fuck, hold on, wait. Master, puppets up on your strings. Hold on.
Water.
There you go. Alright, I can close out these references. I think some males might wear something shoulder-wise, but I don't know. There you go. Okay, OC lore. Oh, it's about you! You're named the swordsman. Orphan raised during Forgotten Era, trained in silence, mastering the blade, not for honor, but for survival. Well, had no crest, no clan. Despite isolation, there was something unnatural about him. Even then, Perception of the world felt off as if reality itself whispered to him. Virgil! Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Virgil, welcome in! How you doing? Thank you for the raid, and welcome in raiders. Mods! Zombie! Hi, Zombie! Mods! Hold on. Where's my mods? I think I'm the mods. It might be me. I'm mods. There we go. There you go, and thank you again for the raid, and welcome in raiders. For those of you who don't know me, hoi hoi, I'm Desmond Dracula. I'm a vampire bat butler, also known as a battler. I go by he, him pronouns, and I like to draw as well as world build on Wednesdays. I also have a variety of games that I play, from RPGs to roguelikes, and today I'm doing world building, but I missed Wednesday, so it's world building Thursday instead. It's world building, but on a Thursday. Also, if you like... Fuck it, I'm gonna shill. If you like man-on-man love with humans and monsters...
Hello there.
Thank you for the follow, Magical Bubble Fairy. That's a cute name. You can see up there, right there, it says, it happens soon. In my blue sky, it shows you my AO3, where I'm gonna be uploading my own writing, this Monday. Welcome in, how you doing? What were you doing? What were you playing? Okay, so what special events were you doing? I'm very curious. Yeah, men! Thank you for understanding, Lillian. You got my attention with men and monsters. Yeah, gay monster love, right up there. It will be posted May 4th, because May the 4th be with you. It's loosely sci-fi based. But that'll be a preview of what it is. I even drew my own book cover. It's in that Blue Sky link. It's right there. It's very cool. It makes me happy. It's called Grelov the Guardian, and it's about a four-armed cat boy. And I love him. And he finds a cute little human boy to love on. In a very cold environment. But yeah, you guys just caught me in the middle of drawing clothes for my creatures. As you can see, I gave this lady some simple clothes. It's like semi-Aztec, semi-Roman inspired, maybe a hint of Egypt here and there. And right now I'm working on this dude. So these species technically have 3 sexes, quote unquote. It has 2 types of males and then a female. So I just finished the lady, and I'm working on the big Giga Chad dude. And he has a girdle. And I'm considering what else I could put on him, but I'm not sure. Also, if you need to raid and run, I understand, Virgil. Otherwise, enjoy the art and enjoy chillin'. Also, how are you doing, Bubble Fairy? Also, Zombie, thank you for dropping in as well. You were doing a watch-along of the analog YouTube series Angel Hair with Zombie, Pandemic, and Geronimo. I love Geronimo too. She's so sweet. Zombie and Geronimo are great. I'm glad they pointed you to me. I'm assuming they did at least. But Geronimo is fellow bat. She's my mom. And Zombie is also fellow bat. She can be my aunt if she wants. She can't be my second mom. I already have 2 moms. Lillian's my other mom. Yes, they did. That's so sweet of them. I'm glad they did that. Thank you for dropping in and choosing to show your community my little corner of the internet. Also, I think I've heard of Angel Hair. That is the cartoon. Like, it's the analog horror cartoon show where it's like a rabbit, like a blonde rabbit that like talks to the kid through the TV and tries to like help them. Am I remembering correctly? Yes, I have a council of moms. I do. You're correct. I still don't know what I want to give this guy on his shoulders. His arms look really bare, and I don't like it. So I think what I'm gonna do is... I think what I'm gonna do for the warrior class of guys is have them wear stuff they hunt, because they are very much a go outside, leave the city for a bit, and bring home the kills for mama, right? So I think as like a trophy of some sort. They may wear stuff that they kill. So they might be wearing, like, leather sashes of their most dangerous kill and feather, like, designs in their hair. It's like 80s, 70s cartoon rabbit that talks to the kid. Okay, cool. I'm remembering correctly. I haven't seen Angel Hair, but I've heard it's pretty good. I hope you enjoyed it. Analog horror is really cool. I will say analog horror for me is getting to be a bit much because it's like, it's everywhere. But there are some analog horrors that I'm just like, yes. Especially the ones that are super creative like that. I'm trying to think of the few that, like, are kind of dumb. I know there's a few that, like, just did not click with me. And I'm like, oh, look, you're doing this again. Oh, I see. I kind of don't want to say the name of them because I don't want to promote them. But there's two that I'm thinking of. And I don't like either of them for the very specific reason that, well, one of them feels kind of lame and overdone. And they're both made using AI art. And I'm like, ew, y'all guys are gross. Why should you do that? Stop it. People don't have to use AI or Gen AI to make fucking analog horrors. They can scare people with a tornado sound alert and a blue screen. Like, what are you doing? Anyway, rant aside. We don't like AI art in this house. Hi, Geronimo! It's my mom! How you doing? Thank you for, offering me up as a sacrifice to the raid gods. It has a badger character that reminds me of Butters, like from South Park? That sounds about right. I might look into it. I haven't watched analog horror in a while. Alright, I've just been staring at lizard feet for the past 10 minutes. Let's actually get some shit done. Let's actually get some art drawn, shall we? So I think I might make this more like a brace. Yes. Oh, okay. Yeah. Like design-wise or just like voice-wise?
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Medic! You know who I am, and also I've already done my intro. You missed it! There was a whole raid, and you missed it. Don't. Okay, so that looks funny though. Doesn't look consistent with the rest of the crew. But Butler Jenga. His voice and personality. Oh, so like a little sweet pea. The kid's fucked with all the time. What are you putting on me? Add one medic. Since you were the first one, you get the captain's chair. There you go. You get the captain's seat. I got medic on my head. Boinga 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 boinga. Ooh, I have an idea. Hold up. New idea. What if these guys wear their jewelry a little higher, and then they have stuff attached? Okay, so this would be the jewelry that he has attached to his leg. It looks very funky, and that's okay. These are test concepts. Shy little goober. Cute. It's a neat series. I like the concept, and the animation is really good. Yeah, I have seen snippets of the animation, and it looks good for what it is. Maybe I might watch it if you're recommending it for the spooky season. I usually do watches with spookier videos during like Halloween and stuff. I'll give this guy blue and green feathers. Let's say he's got the green feathers, because I'm thinking that this guy stuffed feathers, like tied feathers onto this, right? Because I want these guys to have, like I said, the kills, the trophies of their kills, basically. So this guy's gonna just have a fuck ton of feathers in his beads. I had to buy gas today. I think the idea is the way to price us out of burning down the capital. They're not gonna stop what's coming. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh, and thank you officially for the follow, Virgil. Welcome in. Welcome to the Bat Cafe.
Enjoy the art. That's all I'm doing today. We're doing World Building Wednesday, except I missed Wednesday, so it's World Building Thursday. And once again, everyone here, if you're still here and you want to read the human monster romance with erotic scenes in it, it's right there. Just click. It's right there. It's right there. It happens soon, May 4th. World Building Thursdays just grew. Yeah. Hey, it still exists.
Ugh.
I need this. Okay, I don't think I want to do anything with his head, and I feel like the armbands might be some sort of queen shit. This guy would be more like, because he's the warrior class that I've been talking about, I think he would want to. No, but your minion size not grew.
No! 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 I'm not a minion! No!
I think I might have these guys during special occasions. I want them to be wearing like a lot more feathers and maybe leather clothes. Like, let's think here. They would obviously be wearing something that would be able to kill them the easiest, because it's their most dangerous kill. So I think oh no, hold on. Let me turn that off. Minions tower over Desmond. What the fuck, yo? I thought we were cool. I thought we were cool. I thought we were cool. But I guess we're not cool. Alright, this is clothing. Wait. I put jewelry on the clothing layer. Who cares? It's all the same shit. So I think I might give this guy... Here's a paw print, right? Here's a paw, here's a piece of leather of a creature that he's hunted. Let's say there's a tail behind him in the back. You know, like straight up, like just a skinned cat or something that he nearly died to, and now he is wearing its skin. Which some Aztecs, as well as Egyptians, wore this kind of thing. They wore jaguar skin, they wore lion skin, they wore panther skin. For these guys, it would be a sign of, look what I killed. I'm super cool and strong and smart and dope. There we go. You're right, 3 Desmonds in a trench coat would never see a movie. Where? Trying to find an example of what I'm talking about. About dudes wearing what's it called? Well, basically like leopard skin. I know a yeah, there it is. So this is a pretty good example of what I'm talking about. This is a leopard warrior or a jaguar warrior. They would wear these things as like armor almost to kind of be like, yeah, I did that. I'm horrifying. And considering this thing was a huge predator for the Aztecs, jaguars are fucking scary. Those things could kill you. I feel like in a similar vein, these guys wear the skins of the creatures that they have fought and killed. It would have to be at least 7, because they need 1 on each arm and leg to be the right size. I'm leaving. I'm leaving the house. I'm leaving the house. The house. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Goodbye. Goodbye. Hold on. Wait, no. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. Medic, get off my head. I'm leaving you. I'm leaving. You guys are bullying me. I can't leave. Uh-oh. I can't leave. Why can't I leave? Oh no, am I stuck here? I can't move myself. Why can't I move myself? Oh no, hold on. Oh. There we go. Okay, no, medic, you stay here. Goodbye. He's fucking streaking! Kill! Why are you streaking? Alright, medic, come back. Sit on my head. I guess. Even though you're bullying me and you're being mean to me and I'm just a little guy. I'm just a baby boy and you're bullying me. Mean. Anyway. Yeah, I think these guys will wear like cat skins and stuff. To be like, I hunted this. I am super cool. This thing almost killed my ass. You know? Definitely warrior looking. Desmond, I have a great stream.
Oh. Hi, Aurelian, thank you!
Welcome in. I am having a great stream. Thanks for checking in. Alright, I'm actually going to do this. Give him a bit more to work with. Alright. So that's kind of how a warrior will dress. They'll wear the skin of the hardest animal they've killed. They'll usually wear some sort of girdle that holds a bunch of tassets together because it's the fashion. The ladies are wearing stuff to show that they're in charge. And then we've got the pretty boys. The pretty boys. The boys that ain't do nothing. Art squarts? Squarts. Squarts. Painful. I should not have said squarts as many times as I did. Holy fuck. Medic. Okay. I'll do my squats. But only for you. And also not while I'm drawing. Therefore, they will not be squarts. I'm sorry. Let me take off my coat. Not my coat, my blanket. Be right back. I'm gonna go do squats. Sounding like an old man. Oh, I did it. I did my squats. I did my squeeps. My scoops. Oh, my legs. Oh, man. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling pretty good. Feeling pretty good. Oh. Okay. Get back into the blanket. Because it's cold out there. Alrighty. Oh, okay. What are my boys over here wearing? They're obviously going to wear a girdle, just like the other two, because that's how you're showing where your family's from. I also think, since I was sitting there thinking about it while doing squats, I think they might have some sort of tacit to show whose family they married into as well, but the girdle says who they're from, if that makes sense. And the ladies obviously wear it on their faces. Squeaks sound like would be sparkling water and milk. I just, oh, squilks. Blech. No squilks. Gross. Oh, gross. Alrighty. How am I going to draw these guys? What am I putting these guys in? If they're nobility, they're not out hunting, so they're not going to be wearing the kills of what they've hunted. They basically stay home all day and craft. that's what the beta males do. And for those who have come in, this is my race that I'm creating. They're a race of lizards. And they're based loosely off of the side blotch lizard, where there's like multiple types of males that exist. So we've got the Giga Alpha Chad male. Lizard, thank you, Gil. And then the male on the right is called the beta male. So we've got the alpha male and the beta male, and they both do their own thing. But these guys are super fucking smart. They can process information better than the others, and they're also scholars. They're basically the keepers of information and design. Smart lizard, yeah, smart. Lizard, smart. I mean, at the very least, they are going to wear, a loincloth and a girdle, so... Oh. Make a deal with God. Smizzard! Thank you. So, I am gonna at least give them a loincloth. Now, what else would they be doing? What else would they be wearing to show off their status? A loincloth? Yeah, a loincloth. Thank you for understanding what I say. And I'm trying to think in terms of these guys are like nobility, basically. Because nobility will wear more, and the peasantry will wear less. That tends to be what happens. Which I find, now that I'm thinking about it, I find kind of cool. Something I've done here. Nobility comes with 3 ranks. We've got the noble leaders, which are the ladies. We've got the noble warrior class, and then we've got the teachers and the mentor class. The scholars, basically. Who keep information and design of the place. But then after that, there's other roles below them. There's, like, tradesmen and merchants, but there's, let's say, like, the female merchant who, let's say, she is in charge of the house and in charge of the finances and in charge of where people go and when. And then in that cast, there's the warriors. So it's like... I want to say it's like a 3x3 system where the top are the nobles, and then they have their 3 classes within that, which is the female, alpha male, beta male, and then after that there is more like I guess the, what's the term? Middle class, I guess, with their 3 ranks, and then below them is the like commoner class with their 3 ranks. And then if there's any cast outs or undesirables, like someone who did something very egregious and they were removed from society, those would all have the same rank, I think. And you wouldn't be allowed anything, hardly. You'd be allowed a dirty loincloth and your life, and that's it. But I feel like everyone might have some sort of rank in the ranks. And their outfits might represent that as well. So that means this guy is probably super important. He probably wears more than this. But if you're like a merchant, you'd probably wear something a little simpler. Same thing with her. If she was a merchant, she'd probably just be wearing... She probably wouldn't be wearing nearly as much jewelry, but she would definitely be wearing a necklace if she was married to someone. And then this guy, I need to figure out how I'm gonna do this guy. I don't know what to put on you. You have your necklace. You have your loincloth. Your hair's fine. Let's give him some jewelry at least. I do want to give him leg jewelry just like the ladies. I think I might make his leg jewelry really obnoxious. Like, I'm talking obnoxiously big. Like this. There we go. Just obnoxious as fuck. That is obnoxious. that's a little annoying to look at, actually. But that's the point. And then I'll give them some bracelets. Everybody wants to rule the world. I only know the Danny version of this. The Danny version? The sex bang version of this. And obviously there's going to be decoration in the bracelets. These are just for show. Do I want to do this, or can I get away with doing this? No, that looks dumb. Let's redo this. Thank you for the sippy medic. Let me get a little here in just a second. Actually, I'm gonna drink my lemonade. I haven't had any lemonade today, and I want a sippy. Thank you. Actually, I'm gonna be a silly little boy. I'm going to grab some dark brown, and I'm going to do this. I'm gonna give this guy some really pretty, like, shoe design. Not actual shoe, but like just some pretty little extra decorations on his legs. Okay, so this is looking pretty good. I think he might just keep the loincloth on as it is. I don't know if he's gonna wear any extra shit. The ladies do, the warriors do. That's because they decorate themselves in a certain particular way to basically operate for their stations. But I don't know if these guys would need to do much of that. I do want to give him a little butt cover, though. Oh, wrong layer. Yeah, that'll do it. Alright. And I'll think I'll drop it to about his knees, because the knees seem to be about the length that, nobility uses. I feel like super rich, important people would have it even longer to just show off. Yeah, this guy, his isn't quite to the knee, but that's fine. Oh, he should have his girdle. I feel like the girdle wouldn't quite reach the loincloth. I feel like they could just wrap it as a separate piece around the waist. I might have it be something they tie in the back and then come back down here to kind of like mingle with the loincloth. Like so. Maybe not that low, hold on. Okay, so then it would follow this. Be about like that. And then the seal of whoever they're married to goes to about here. Or whoever their parents are, that's right. This is parents. It's a show of status to say, hey, this is my parent. This is who I came from. Are we related? I think I'm gonna swap out of that song. That song was a little lame. Okay. That's about as much as I can think of right now for clothing. I know the song. It's all Shrek music, oh my god. But it's all played in bardcore. I'm such a goober. Oh, wait. Hold on. Jewelry. Okay, so I know I want warriors to have definitely decorations dangling off of their oh, wait, no. Oh, layered. I want them to definitely be dangling jewelry off of their horns, specifically to hold tusks and teeth and claws of shit that they've hunted. So let's say this guy hunted a crazy-ass animal with crazy-ass tusk in it, like that. And then let's say he grabs some extra teeth from something else. There we go. Because remember, these guys wear their trophies, so I like the idea that he's taking teeth and bone and fur, and the meat goes to people, obviously, but leather, certain leathers and certain bones, I think he'll take as a trophy to put on. A little higher, come on. And I know, like I said, during, like, certain festivals and stuff, they will make known their interest to, like, certain females. It's the only time they can do it, and I want them to wear these big-ass headdresses. Obviously, he's not going to be wearing it in this, but I want him to wear just a huge thing on top of his head. I think that'd be a lot of fun. Let's see. Anything else I want to add to these guys before I call it as a noble class? Hold on. Yeah. I don't know what you are. Jump a little higher, come on. Alright. I like the designs. I like how they look. I'm gonna go stare at a few references that I have and consider. Because, like I said, it has to do with, it depends on what... Ah, hello. I will save, you're correct. I haven't saved in a hot minute. Thank you for vetting me. But, yeah, I think depending on where you're from and how much materials you have available to you, like how much disposable material you have available to you, depends on how wealthily your people dress, nobility included. So if you're from like a little village and you have like a little chief woman that they don't really have a whole lot, she wouldn't be wearing nearly as much like finery as someone from like a huge settlement that has a bunch of materials coming in. And obviously you offer materials to the chiefdom as payment. Basically, like, I don't want to say tax because fuck taxes, but it's basically a tax. If you want to stay, you gotta contribute, and you bring your tributes to the lady in charge. And I think it's kind of like a priest king class. Because I haven't really... Oh, these guys would definitely be priests. But I haven't really considered what religion would be like for these guys. But they would obviously worship multiple gods. They probably have just a basic understanding of what certain weather phenomena is, and as such, they probably use gods to explain what they see in their everyday lives. And who better to communicate to those gods than, you know, the queen's beta male son? I feel so funny saying beta male. But that's what I'm going to be calling them, because that's just the best way to describe them. So I feel like these dudes would be the huge nobility that like represents the gods. I feel like they would be super dressed up. These guys would probably be like some sort of people that are heavy on metal, but nothing too crazy. I don't think they'd be too close enough to like a river for easy fishing. I feel like they would have to get water from other places as well, maybe from rain wells. Or maybe their water area is just not plenty enough or have enough fish for them to do anything with it. Which is why they use a lot of metal and bone for stuff. And I feel like if you're like from the river area, you probably work a lot more with fish and pearls and clam materials. As for the clothing, you can get weaving materials from almost any plant if you know how to work the plant. I don't know if they would have animals for that. I don't think they would have animals for that. I would think they would be making cloth from a plant of some sort. I don't know if they have... Well, they do have, like, agriculture and stuff. But I don't know if they would have husbandry yet. Maybe it depends on the people. Maybe certain towns do and certain towns don't. I'm gonna look this up real quick. Hold on. Because I know the Maya and the Aztec had agriculture, but I don't know if they had animal husbandry. I'm gonna look it up. Yeah, they had a lot of veggies. Ew, I thought of something gross. Lizards are insectivores. What if these guys hunt giant insects? What if they hunted just bugs and eat bugs? Ugh. I don't like it. I don't like the bugs. Yeah, I don't think Aztecs had animal husbandry. They just had agriculture. It doesn't say they did much with animals. They had dogs for helping, but they didn't really do anything else. Yeah, I'm reading here, and it doesn't really say anything about animals. It just says farm laborers tended fields, planted and irrigated crops, specialized in horticulture. I see nothing about animals. So if they ate meat, I mean, they did, I'm sure. But, when they ate meat, the meat was probably hunted. So I think these guys might hunt giant bugs. Gross, but, you know. They will also eat meat. Obviously, the meat is probably their main diet. But I feel like they may eat fruits and veggies too. I was gonna have them be obligate carnivores, but that doesn't seem very viable. Unless animals are huge. They could have big-ass animals. I think they had big-ass animals. Sorry. Yeah, I think these guys might have just big ass animals and some bugs that they eat. And then they'll fill the rest of their diet out with grown agricultural staples. So I think I might do that. I need to figure out how the Aztecs made clothing. How did they make it? What were their textiles like? Wool. Wool? Really? Yes, I know. They wore clothing.
But what kind of fiber was it?
It's just saying, oh yeah, people wore this, and this, I'm like, yes, but what did they wear? How did they make it? Ugh. Gross. Yes, I understand. Families made wool. Families made textile. Cotton. Oh, right. Cotton's from there.
Hi, Sugar Skull. Thank you for the pet.
Cotton is over there. I keep forgetting cotton exists. I am a silly boy. Anyway, I think I've blown my brain out enough for one day. I think we're gonna go raid out now. But thank you guys so much for chilling and listening to me lose my fucking mind over the course of 4 hours. Cotton? Caught off. Yeah, caught off. Oh my god, I'm cold. But let's head on out. Let's go find someone to raid. Let's bundle up because the air conditioner is making me cold. It's my legs. Mostly my legs. This is what you get when you wear booty shorts. Your legs get cold. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, I hope you guys like these designs. I like them. I like my lizard people a lot. Lizard. I don't know if I'm gonna put on their actual underwear, their loincloth, because see, look how fucking dumb that looks now. That was like their hide the goods sort of look. But this is what the people actually look like once they're like decorated in their cultural appropriate attire. I'll work more on this though. I'll sketch it out. I will. Hi, Lillian. I'll line it appropriately and then color it. And then I might try to work on more noble looks, like even higher, more expensive looks. And then I'm gonna crash down and try and get the most like commoner looks. Some might not even wear anything aside from like a little loincloth, and that's about it.
I have an itch. Help, 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 help.
Okay, I'm better. So yeah, let's head on out. Let's go find someone to drop in on. And don't forget, it happens soon. Oh, it happens soon. Do you like monsters? Do you like boys? Do you like boys kissing monsters? I do. I like boys kissing monsters. The happening. The happening. The happening. Boys and monsters. Kissing. Alright, I want to try to find someone to raid who hasn't been streaming for almost 5 hours. I don't want to make them feel like they gotta keep streaming. That's so mean. Okay, I found someone. Wait, what? What is she playing? Okay, well, now we have to watch this.
Let's go say hi to Hesper's Quest.
Grab your messages. The first one is if you have my emails. The second is if you do not. And I will see you guys tomorrow for more Retro Rewind because
Agga booga booga. My fucking knees! Ow!
Thank you for stream. Thank you for being here. But yeah, I'm gonna head on out. We're gonna go say hi to Hesper. She's a little cowgirl. She's got a low poly model, which makes me very happy. I want a low poly model. Guys, can I have a low poly model? Can I be low poly? Please? 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 Can I be low poly? Would you be fine? If I had less tries in my model, would you be okay with that? Oh, please. Anyway, see you guys. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for watching me lose my mind. Ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da.